Good morning, everyone. Today, the space is going to be centered about clarifying some things that, in my opinion, need to be clarified again. This is to explain, in my opinion, once again, what I think happened in the beginning of this war, in the middle of this war, what is happening now, and what constraints and what capabilities are needed and are going to push this war forward. I need to tell something. I am doing this space. Initially, it was just supposed to follow up the counteroffensive from the Ukrainian side on two main points and address also the fact that for a lot of reasons we have not been able to see any other activation of the front. So for instance, I said a couple of guys that I know that by now I thought they would have probably activated the Energodar axis in a completely different way that they've done right now. So basically right now they have just attacked around Lobkove, and Piataki. It has been pretty bad. Yeah, they've been stuck in Piataki for now almost 3 months. My replies and check for Kherson or whatever, and you're gonna see the replies. But basically, Ukrainians should have stopped whatever they're doing in South Donetsk, especially around Urozhanye, Zavavitne, and try to reactivate a far more defensible area and far more supportable area around Kamyanske. And then I already showed what I thought would have been possible. Once you open up that area and you go towards Shiroke goes to Horivka. Horivka is straight up, you go to Tokmak, and you have your Tokmak target. And this, at this point, would be a lot more interesting purely as a PR move, but also as a strategic move, because once you do that, you force actually counter-salient, because the Russians are trapped between the Dnieper and Energodar area. You can hit them from Kherson, and also they are they have only two possibilities: either they push back the breakthrough, either they move out, so they completely liberate Energodar themselves, they're freed, and then Ukrainians can claim a super huge PR coup with the recapture of the biggest nuclear power plant in Ukraine. Once again, this is not happening, probably because the Russians understand also the symbolic value of the place, but also because the Ukrainians, since the beginning, have had huge issues into understanding their best interest, not because they're stupid per se, but because they have developed this way of fighting right now, which is not the best when it comes to going fast. All this tends to point that they were extremely lucky in Kharkov, and whatever happened in Kharkov is still a puzzle, but I'm going to try to explain it via this this space. I'm going to try to explain why, because it betrays the real objectives, in my opinion, of what the Russians wanted to do, and it betrays also how callous the Russians were with their own troops. And I think there was a lot of discontent among troops, not only about the objectives being a bit vague, but no, I think that once the objectives were clear for a lot of guys, I think a lot within the Russian military felt betrayed because there was never anything behind Kiev. And I think they already knew, given the very little amount of forces that was delivered or slated for the attack on Kiev. Once again, I'm going to repeat, even if you take the most optimistic measurements, so basically 64 kilometers of column towards Kiev, if you divide it properly out of the 64 kilometers of column, if you have 1 person per meter, you would be at 64,000 people for Kiev. There were never 64,000 people for the Kiev operation. Quite the contrary, I think there were between 30 and 40,000. And the more we advance in this, the more we understand that they loaded the bases over there to make the Ukrainians think that they were serious about Kiev. They got their bluff blown in their faces. And then at that point, they tried to fight it on, just because that would allow them to, as I said, create the opportunities for what happened in the south. And what happened in the south, as I said, is that they were extremely fast and efficient, although with losses, of course, into getting huge swaths of land. The real failure of the early war was, and I discussed this with Lindbull, when the Russians failed to block the Ukrainians from going down south. The point for them was the Battle of Voznесensky. This was, in my opinion, now that we are almost 2 years after the situation, the moment when the Russians lost Kherson. I know what you're gonna say, like what are you even talking about? Well, around the 10th to the 15th of March 2022, a lone BTG, at least this is how it was described by the Ukrainians and some Russian commentators, attacked the city of Voznесensky. The Ukrainians were prepared, and this is going to be one of the leitmotifs of the early war in Ukraine. Contrary to what was said, the Ukrainians were extremely well prepared, at least in notion, so they knew exactly where the Russians were going to come, what the Russians were going to do. This, in great part, has to do with the American intelligence and the fact that the Russians, for one reason or another, were already penetrated at some point. But also, they were extremely obvious to what they were doing, mostly because, as we had the discussions previously, the Russians committed too few troops, so there was very little they could hide in terms of concentration. So basically, if you committed, I don't know, between 150 and 200,000 troops for this operation, and that's your mass, that's everything you have. So you cannot start moving in completely different directions to try and stretch the defense of your opponent. Not because you cannot do that, but simply because the units you're going to employ are going to be too small. And this is exactly what happened in Voznесensky. It would have taken for that city at least 3 to 4 BTGs to at least push the Ukrainians back and force them to abandon the defense of the city, how it happens in many other cities before. But instead of that, the lone BTG or the part of BTGs that arrived to the city, first of all, found the bridge helping them bypass the city blown. But also they got immediately targeted by artillery, and according to the lore from the Ukrainian side, it was people from the territorial defense that did that. To my opinion, that makes no sense, mostly because the Ukrainians and the Russians are agreeing that the defeat by artillery means of the BTG attacking the area around Voznесensky was extremely swift. We're speaking about 3 days, and that, first of all, can be explained by lack of supplies and support on the Russian side. But most probably, as I said, it was also a complete known to the Ukrainian side where the attack was going to come, how many people were there. So they had everything they need to at least make it a more difficult affair. If you add local volunteers, it even makes it worse because it's not a small city for such a small group of people attacking, because once again, a BTG technically is about 648 people, let's say 650. And as I already explained, your infantry, the troops that you need to occupy anything or to do any kind of fighting, are about 3, which means that you are basically looking at is in discussion with a city of 7 to 15,000 inhabitants is extremely low. So basically, you're gonna get, if you don't move fast, you're gonna get pinned and surrounded, and bad things are gonna happen to you. If you add to that a local Ukrainian force of at least the same capability, then you're looking to a complete disaster. And that's what exactly happened. Ukrainians knew they had support from their regular forces plus volunteers. I think Voznetsensky is the epitome of how everything that went wrong in the early steps of the war, but was also the very smart move from the Russian side. If Voznetsensky would have worked at least for a while, for at least 2 to 3 weeks. So for 2 to 3 weeks, no down reinforcements would have gone around Mykolaiv. Then maybe the city would have been in a worse shape by the early April, and would have allowed the Russians to at least paralyze that axis and also blow the bridges on the Bug and also on the Dnieper. This never happened. Nikolaev was never caught. The VDV units that tried to attack and storm the airport were defeated by artillery fire, especially. So the war, the way it was designed initially, with a push until Yuzhnoye, was lost. And Kherson, on the long term, without a second push, a second thrust, was also lost. And there is where the Ukrainians seized the opportunity. They attacked the Kherson International Airport by the few Smerches that they still have at their disposal. They controlled the situation with a few Bayraktars that also had at their disposal on the area. They started losing them, started losing also Smerches. At some point, they tried a counteroffensive that started the 15th of March, and that peaked at about 10 kilometers from the Kherson airport the 26th of April. And then slowly they were rotated back within, actually it wasn't that slow, in 3 days they were again 12 kilometers back. And then Russians tried to push them into a grinding match. That turned to be extremely negative for the Russians because as I said, the problem with Kherson is that you have the Dnieper on your back. So if the Ukrainians had the possibility to accurately deny your crossings, in this case, the three main crossings, one the Antonovsky Bridge, the other at the Kakova Dam, and the third one was the railroad bridge, also not far from the Kakova. Once those three are done, you need to go far beyond that, and it just makes everything more complicated, and you are looking at a long-term encirclement without the possibility of appeal, because whatever is going to come from the other side, it's not very far, but as you can see with the Ukrainian operations, it's going to be small units, maximum 100 to 200 people by small boats, not enough ammunition and supplies to sustain you, and so it's going to be a rout. Thank God for the Russians. Ukrainians weren't ready for this kind of operations. They lost a lot of people in March and April, and all over the month of May, June and July, they were too busy trying to rotate troops, first of all, to more or less check what the damage was up north, but also rotate troops to defend on Donbass, given that the Russians were pushing in the Lugansk area, also in the Donetsk area. As you know, end of April, Popasna and Rubizhne, then the explosion, all the flower that everybody spoke about, towards Siversk, Bakhmut, and then the two sister cities over the Donetsk, so Lysychansk and I forgot it. Anyway, I think Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. Anyway, so all that movement there attracted more Ukrainian troops in order to defend. That also, in a certain way, was a complete stupidity from the Russian side, because they announced where they were going to push next, which literally gave the Ukrainians the same headway that the Russians had for the defense of Zaporizhia, given that they literally said, okay, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to attack you in Donbass, we're going to destroy your army over there. So it worked at a rather large cost and large expense. But it worked. The Russians put themselves in a certain position, which right now is literally pushing the Ukrainians completely outside of range of certain aims. In this case, it's because the push in Lugansk was so hard and in Donetsk was so hard that the Ukrainians now they cannot focus on reducing the land bridge in Crimea. So, after this introduction, let's go straight to the point. So, basically, the main goal of this war, in my opinion, once again, was a staged and different level point. So, basically, the minimum goals were to have the land bridge occupy Nikolaev, have enough buffer space between Nikolaev, Kherson, and Kryvyi Rog, and have I'd say, stepping stone towards Dnipro and a rear attack across the Dnieper towards Zaporizhia. This, of course, never panned out. They were pretty well at some point around the month of April, May, and June. The Ukrainians didn't seem to make it more difficult than that. This, of course, was unfortunately a mirage on both sides, actually, but was a mirage because the Russians were spending a lot of capital on things that I think themselves knew were, for the moment, and for the forces that had engaged, and for the economic forces that had been engaged into, completely delusional. And once again, this has to do with the fact that the quality of information, the management of the smaller unit troops on the Ukrainian side was extremely efficient. And it was efficient not because the Ukrainians didn't have damage, but because the Ukrainians, for a lot of the damage they had, and there were a lot of important people that died and a lot of important units that got completely annihilated, they managed to defend the core units that would articulate the upcoming defense and counteroffensive for 2022, by the way, not 2023. That I'm going to explain later. So basically, the Ukrainians lost about half the core of the army they wanted to keep, which for them was a huge success. If you see the number of people that we know from the Ukrainian army were killed the very first day, I am at about 412, among which about 84 were officers. One of them I really posted right now. Guys from Pamiat found a obituary. It was a colonel that was killed in Gostomel, probably by the VDV. The guy was actually positively identified only in September and was buried, I think, on the 9th of September, something like that. So the losses for Ukrainian side were huge the last couple of days. But it was just the same for the Russians. However, the Russians had a huge problem. As I said, the losses in personnel weren't that bad, but the loss in material, especially breakdowns and also loss of orientation and command and control, were huge. Especially around Sumy. In Sumy, the Russians were apparently not expecting a fierce resistance. And I'll be the first to say that I didn't thought it was going to be the same as well. But what happened is now a tactic that we can understand better. The Russians went in with their normal logistical lines. These normal logistical lines, unfortunately, were too obvious. First of all, given that it was winter, only a few passable roads were possible. These passable roads could have been interdicted by smaller groups and smaller tactics, small unit tactics, and that's what happened. This, unfortunately for the Ukrainian side, that's what I want to say, smaller groups can be successful 1, 2, 3 times, but at some point your bug is going to break. And this is what happened. The problem is that they created enough damage for the Russians to completely review and also completely become meek. Especially in Sumy, these attacks on initially, let's say it as it is because that's the truth, on some conscripted units forced the Russians to literally pull out these conscripts, which in my opinion was a tactical mistake. Why? Because at some point these conscripts would have still been participating to the war. And this is what's happening. A lot of people who were conscripts last year, I'm not saying a majority, I'm saying a lot of people, are now signing contracts for many reasons. One of them, and this is one of the things that I'm going to touch at the end of this space, is that right now a lot of Russian people are not fighting for Russia. There's a sentiment that's growing up and it's going to go only worse. They're fighting for the guy next to them, for the people who got killed. for a lot of things that Ukrainians love to do right now and love to do last year, which was a lot of sadistic images. I'm not saying that this doesn't happen on the Russian side. It would be a lie. It's not the point. The point is that this hate, this obvious gore, is just going to push for more gore, for more cruelty. And this is what's going on. Both sides on the front call themselves Peters and stuff like that. But unfortunately, like it's not like, let's say, World War II or World War I, what it was supposed to be covered in arms and shit like that. No. A lot of the fighting units, we're not discussing about Terrorborn and stuff like that. That's something else. A lot of fighting units literally hate each other. And a lot of, we call them hate drops among a small circle. A lot of finishing touches, let's say like this, now are not even in discussion. And one of the tools that is enabling this right now, before it was the quadcopter with small grenades, but now you got the FPVs. The FPVs allow you to identify the unit, watch them start to maneuver or navigate the terrain, and hit them when they're in the open. And this is not something like maybe you hit it or the nade is going to derivate or drift like 2 or 3 meters. No, you're going to hit them. And this is actually counting for a lot of Ukrainian losses, and they are literally saying that. Like the biggest issue now is not even artillery. The biggest issue is like within 5 to 6 kilometers. If they see us, they're gonna fucking hit us very precisely. So these manifestations that you're seeing right now, okay, we're laughing with Bober, we're laughing with Sudoplatov, we're laughing with a lot of these people, but actually it's a manifestation of something extremely awful that's happening to this war. Something I also described way before, that it was going to happen. Hatred was going to sober down whatever sensation, sentiment, or feeling there was about this war. The persons that you are seeing fighting towards each other, and even Mobiks are going there, they are committed to something that is going to become a lot bigger than Putin, a lot bigger than Russia itself. The same thing is true for Ukraine. A lot of these guys, when they come back, they explain that we're getting fucking shanked. Russians are not stupid, they're adapting, they have a lot of shit, please stop saying all this nonsense about artillery, about this and that. However, there is, on both sides, an ideological fraction of the forces, and I'm going to explain what is very important about this space, that since the beginning, on both sides, is fucking up the war. The ideological part on the Russian side was, and I'm going to go to Kharkov to explain you, to illustrate why is so bad, is one that still wants a link towards Ukraine. The ideological part here is not that much that Ukraine are assholes and we need to kill them, whatever. No, the ideological part is that Ukraine is needed to Russia as an extension. Not as much as a colony, but it's part of the Russian thrust towards the West. And this is why places like Kharkov, while extremely affected by combat, still have a railroad network that is untouched, mostly untouched. And that's also what the choice last year to hit the railroad networks was, for substations to de-electrify the network instead of literally hitting nodules, which would literally make it impossible for cities like Kharkov to have circulation between them. And people are going to say, oh, it's going to be 3, 4, 5, 2 weeks of repairs. Yes, but now the Russians have something, and we have discussion about that, have something that they can just literally send there with a GPS coordinate. And that shit's going to blow each night. Is it going to be a catenaire? No problem. Is it going to be a nodule? No problem. Is it going to be an exchanger on the railroad network? It's not a problem. Are you going to blow a bridge, an overpass over this railroad nodules? No problem. We also have already seen the Russians hitting trains, actually discharging ammunition in different points around 60 kilometers from the front line. Why doesn't this happen? Very simply. Kharkov is needed as a connection. Arestovich, I'm going again to his video, who said Cities like Kharkov, once the war is over and we are separated from Russia, are become slums. For Russia, this cannot happen. For Russia, cities like Kharkov, despite everything that's going on between both of them, are necessary as hubs. And this is why Kharkov right now is not being attacked with a proper operation, because that would mean, again, reducing that place into rubble, and also reducing all the value of that place to rubble. And unfortunately, this ideological pregnancy on the Russian leadership right now is exactly what is working perfectly well in the south, because they want Crimea, which means they're going to defend it as hell. But they also need Kharkov, but they don't need Kharkov to be part of Russia right now. First of all, it's a big city. Second of all, it would need a far larger operation. It would need an operation in manpower, at least as big as the early SMO. And I'm not speaking about artillery and other means. So, what is going on? And this is the problem. There is an ideological step that the Russian leadership, and I spoke about this, said like the strategic decisions have not been made. So, for what do you go? Would you like to have this Ruski Mir, and then you go indeed for Kharkov, but that would mean cleaning that part up, which on a certain sense would make complete sense. Why? Because you're still taking out about 1.5 million inhabitants out of Ukraine, and also a large pool of industrial knowledge, know-how, and people that are still living there. Okay, they're probably only 1/3 of what it was before the war, but it's still a large amount. It's still enterprises working there. It's still a large hub for Ukraine. So for Ukraine itself, in its own defense, taking out Kharkov would make sense. However, it doesn't make sense for Russia right now, because for Russia, what is most important is keeping Crimea defended, properly defended. And part of the first level of objectives was indeed Pyreneizing Crimea, having this land bridge, and being in full defense. The problem, however, is the second level. The second level was indeed, then you have to go somewhere else. You got Crimea, you got a nice fortified line around the Bug, but then what? What happens behind Nikolaev? You need to go up north. You need to get the second step. That second part probably was never going to be possible. Beyond Kryvyi Rog, there was never going to be any chance with what they tried and with the number of people they tried. So on that part, this was a pipe dream. And this is also one thing that, as I said before, a lot of the actual active on the field leadership understood pretty quickly. Understood it was a shit show for a way smaller gain, and it was a lot of damage for something that in their mind, in the mind of a lot of people like me, could have cost a lot less death, destruction, and so on. But it couldn't have gone as fast on the south if there wasn't a threat up north and on the east. Unfortunately, it doesn't excuse a lot of other issues. So first of all, this operation should have probably started in October, but the Russians got led by their noses by the Americans, who said, oh, you know what, guys, let's negotiate and see whatever we can offer to you. Now we know behind what happened in those negotiations, Blinken knew perfectly that there was going to be a war. His point was to get enough time for the Ukrainians to literally start pointing out positions where the Russians would come directly. And I'm going to tell you, 3 months is a lot of time, especially as the Russians themselves hadn't been prepared to attack. They weren't on the staging positions. We had the pictures that maybe the material was there, but the troops weren't there. And also this added more to the confusion on the Russian side. And now we know from Stoltenberg as well that whatever was proposed by Putin was not going to fly. I mean, like, they literally wanted things that everybody said, okay, were unacceptable, because it was basically rolling back NATO to 1997. And this, of course, seems like an outrageous, absolutely outrageous demand to make from Putin. And I mean, I completely agree. For once, let's not be stupid. What Putin asked was something that he knew perfectly well it was not going to happen. But what I don't understand is why Putin allow these negotiations to come through and lose three good months, including the first frozen ground. This I don't know. Honestly, is it because the Russian army was not organized enough? It's possible. I'm not saying the contrary, but it still doesn't make sense given how disorganized they seemed the first 3 weeks, at least up north. So once again, the second stage of this plan was completely unfeasible, at least with what we saw as forces. And then the third stage, which was something we discussed with a lot of people, and a lot of people say like the goal was indeed rather a capitulation from Kyiv, a coup, or a regime change, and it's fine. Once again, I said, even in the best case scenario, so 1 soldier per kilometer, you would have 64,000 people. Kiev as a area is so huge that you would need at least 4 times that to control the city, to police it, let alone to attack it. We saw with Mariupol, a city of about 450,000 people, and in extension, 10 times smaller than Kiev. It took 78 days. And the siege per se wasn't bad. Objectively, it was rather good given how the forces were fighting against each other and how determined one side was and how a bit wishy-washy the other side was. In this case, the Russians were, let's say, compared to what they did in Grozny, a lot less risk-taking, a lot more risk-adverse. So if you spend that much time for a smaller city with a rather correct amount of forces, because you block the city, siege it, and start to clear it slowly, with, let's not forget, a sizable part of the time that it was needed to take the city completely was the siege of Azovstal, which basically showed that the guys in there was just trapped rats. So the conditions to take the city properly were a matter of about 50 days. Clear it completely and have it declared under control about 3 to 4 weeks. So if you need that many times, so at least 60 days, 50 days for a city like Mariupol with a correct force ratio, how we're going to do with a completely incorrect force ratio for a city 10 times as bigger and with 6 times the population, 7 times even. What's going to go? How is it going to happen? Well, it's very simple. It's not happening. And this is, I think, from the beginning, people understood what was going on. A lot of the military forces, and the same happened to Kharkov. Kharkov was not going to get taken with the forces they tried there. And a lot of people say like, yeah, special forces complain. No, the special forces, what they did is like, why was there a complete shit show in the communication side when they said a scouting party in the outskirts and nobody followed to help them out? No aviation, no tank army, nothing. The guys, nilly-willy, sent 30 people out there, lost 12, and then it was an absolute shit show. So once again, the Russian military had a lot of confusion, a lot of problems in the beginning, and still has them. Let's not become completely insane. But the main issue that I have right now is the third stage of the objectives, and third stage was Odessa and completely locking Ukraine on the coast. That stage was probably, unfortunately, ironically, still doable as a follow-up to the first stage, because once you block Voznесensky, you just go down to Yuzhny, and once you have Yuzhny, Odessa is locked, because everything else needs to come for a very narrow passage that you could have interdicted by then by the Russian Black Sea Fleet, or the Russian aviation, doesn't matter. The loss at Voznесensky, as I said, was a complete shit show, and it meant that the limit for the Russians, theoretically and technically, would have been the Dnieper. So basically, they would have had at some point to leave Kherson. Not because, once again, they were stupid, but because on a grinding match, they had a lot less chances to resupply themselves unless they had completely gotten over the Kaniv passage. They got Krivoy Rog, and then they could have Dnipropetrovsk and Zaporizhia. But that, trust me, the first thing the Ukrainians would have done is blow the bridges in Zaporizhia and Dnipro just to make sure the Russians were stuck. And once again, I want to say to a lot of people, Ukrainians, when they needed to do that, they've done it. That was the main difference in the beginning. The ideological aspect of the Ukrainian state and the Ukrainian leadership was that we're going to fucking die here. So they blew whatever they needed to blow. They didn't have the time for the Antonovsky Bridge. And in a sense, it was a huge loss for them. But they had the time to block those. In a sense, they had the time to flood the Irpin reservoir, which didn't affect that much the Kiev force, but still narrowed even further the band, and so allowed the Ukrainians to see exactly the movement towards Kiev, northern Kiev. They made a lot of mistakes, Ukrainians this time, around Chernigov, although everybody's going to say, oh, Chernigov was slaughtered for Russians. Once again, 24th, 23rd, 24th of March, Chernigov had one bridge, and they were sending appeals to please, please save us. The abandonment of that area, although it wasn't going to be that much of a walk in the park, let's say, to keep the area, the abandonment of that area was an insult to the forces that died getting that city. For Sumy, the same thing, and I'm going to refer once again to what I had with a discussion with Nafoid. Attacking Kherson is far more complicated because all the connections from Russia towards both Crimea and the Donbass, if you want to make the junction from Donetsk and from Crimea, Kherson, are extremely limited. So you have 4 passages from Crimea towards Kherson. One is Armyansk, the other are Henichesk, which is also extremely limited. Henichesk, Chonghar, and then the railway bridge in Shipkivka. So basically, trying to get Kherson from those 4 points in any normal time would have been a complete failure. But there it wasn't, because the preparation from the southern forces was a lot more thorough, and there was a plan to take over Kherson. The plan for Kiev, Kharkov, etc., I think was once again completely realistic or unfeasible. Both of them are interchangeable in this case. So for people who once again know about logistics, for people who once again know about the road network, if you want to attack Ukraine, it's a lot better to attack it from Kharkov and from the north, because the connections, both rail connections and road connections from Russia are more doable, first of all, and the volume is far more larger than going towards the Donbass, where you got only 2 axes, and then from Crimea, where you get literally 4 axes. This means to say, as I said before, that the Russians' main goal was to get the south. Make sure Ukraine doesn't have a proper coast. Make sure that Ukraine is completely economically extinguished by the Russian choke. And that's it. Odessa, fine. That's the one who got away, let's say it like this. But everything else is there. Everything else is there. They don't have access, proper access. They need to use small boats. They need to use river and patrol boats to get outside in the Black Sea. Most of their navy is done for. So overall, as I explained again, overall the deal is simple. Ukraine, as it stands, is a rump state for Russia or for NATO, depending how you look at this. NATO is paying for over 80% of Ukraine's expenses. Russia is controlling every entry and exit on the Black Sea fleet, except for the small Mosquito fleet that they had. So the goal, that first goal, is about half there. topography is limiting the Russians to a very specific situation, which, once again, as I explained, if the goal was Kharkov, the Russians would have gone at it. But the goal here is literally keeping Crimea safe and also keeping Crimea independent from whatever happens to the Crimean Bridge. Now that we have discussed this, I want to give one last, let's say, example on why the Russian leadership's ideological pregnancy is a problem for the Russian objectives ongoing towards the war. A lot of noise has been made about upcoming mobilization. Gammon Badge, thanks buddy, literally had this discussion with me, and he pointed out a liberal Russian site who is now listing legalities and technicalities for the potential roll call, where they can object according to the law that the appeal wasn't properly made, so the enlistment wasn't properly made, and so they can technically, for the time being, escape the enlistment. This, of course, doesn't explain what they're going to do and where they're going to go next, because unfortunately, as I said, the borders for these guys are going to be closed, and it's just going to be more problematic for these guys to just use technicalities to escape mobilization forever. So this example was just showing that mobilization was undergoing, silent mobilization, very, I'd say, staged. And also, according to the Russian military, they have had about 200,000 contracts signed this year until now. In my opinion, about half of those, up to 120,000, can be immediately trained and put to action for the war. And if this mobilization goes in stages, I've heard 80,000 per month, then within February, they should have about 300,000 to up to 400,000 people ready to rotate at least. But in my opinion, it's going to be way beyond rotation. For a point I explained in another space. The point is that the front lines now are a lot shorter. The whole front line is about 1/3 of what it was at the beginning of the war. So in order to pierce that front line on both sides, you counterintuitively need a lot more forces. Why? Because now you got a lot more density. It's a smaller front. You're a lot more visible when you're going to come. But that doesn't mean that you need to put all your forces in a basket. What you need is the possibility to grind, but you can just lay out a lot less forces, especially in defense. But it needs to be continuous. You need to feed your defense lines continuously. So where is the ideological problem here? The ideological problem here is that the Russians are not declaring a mobilization, although it would solve their issues, at least the military issues in the short term, or medium term rather. Because short term, I don't think the Ukrainians are going to tap out, even if they're completely slaughtered, even if the troops they are forming go from Spain, Germany, England, and France straight to the fire line, get shot, they're not going to stop just selling more meat. So on that aspect as well, as I said, we should not expect the Ukrainians to have any qualm on killing their own people. Russians killing Ukrainians and vice versa. That too. But overall, the ideological point right now, in this case, it's more political than ideological. But the Russian leadership doesn't want to go there. Why they don't want to go there? There are two schools of thought. First of all, political balance, power, control of Russia, and so on and so on. But that's bullshit. I'm going to tell you why. If they lose this war, Putin is done. So it makes no sense for him to try and hide a war that's everywhere. Lose it. loses control and grip of Russia and literally send Russia towards the road of perdition. No, what the second school is saying, and I'm half agreeing with that, is that this grind is still manageable for the Ukrainian side. And it's true. They are complaining a lot about losses. They are saying, okay, guys, we're losing a lot, and this and that. But accelerating this is what actually is happening. The fact that Ukrainians are so stuck, and they're literally stuck at those positions, is pushing the Americans to go beyond certain red lines they set. Okay, the F-16, forget them for the moment. The first red line is the ATACMS. A lot of people are going to say, yeah, you said that if it's like that, they should use nukes. I still think the same. The moment the first ATACMS hits anywhere in Russia or in Crimea, the answer should be a tactical nuke. Not as much because ATACMS is going to make a huge difference, because right now Storm Shadows and Scouts have been used, so in a sense, range-wise, ATACMS is going to be a slight downgrade. No, why is that? I think attack nuke should be a direct answer, is for this time to really make understand the Russians and the Americans and everyone around, we're not fucking around anymore. However, I said the problem with ATACMS and its delay is that it also shows that it's not going the way they want. So they're escalating without Russian escalation. Russians have not started their winter infrastructure hunt. The Russians have not started their mobilization like it was last year, when a number was announced and these guys literally rushed to the front. The Russians are not using extremely new weapons. It's a mix of, as I said, things they had, things they are using in a better fashion. And honestly, the biggest game changer so far is not the Lancet. Honestly, I'm going to say again, is the Shahid. Because those things, you can literally park a trailer, send 5, 6, move out, second trailer, other location, 5, 6. You don't need to care. You just throw them away. There is no control. There is no them coming back. As you saw recently, the Ukrainians are complaining that the new Shahids or the new Gerans are not Iranian at TWK anymore. They are difficult to jam. The few successes that they may have against the GAN is because it's due to a earlier detection. But they still hit. They still burn shit. We have a lot of evidence, and I'm going to post after this space 2 hits, one in a arms depot in Kiev, according to firms, and another is a hit into the Dnipro airport fuel storage, also burned. So these things for the Russians are a blessing. As I said, if you want an wide infrastructure attack, open season, they have it. And until this month, according to multiple people, including Tatar Gemi, you have at least 192 grants that were sent. And we're only the 12th of September. So, on that aspect, there hasn't been a real escalation from the Russian side. All these things were already there. There is no excuse for the Americans to give anything else except the failure of the counter. But once again, the ATACMS are not going to help the counter as it stands, because they already have, at least as we know, the means to hit far deeper, and they can send a lot more of them. Because if you start stacking up ATACMS with the current launching units, you're going to limit the hits from HIMARS. So HIMARS missiles are going to be at least halved if you want to keep half of the HIMARS missile capability and then the rest ATACMS out of the around 30 launchers they have. So why is it happening? As I said, once again, it's clear. We already discussed this. The counter is not where it's supposed to be. Is it going to go deeper? We hope that yes. Why I hope that it's going to go deeper, because that means that Ukraine are going to decide to make the same mistake that they made in Bakhmut. Bakhmut, in my opinion, and I know that a lot of people here don't like Prigozhin. You should have a more nuanced opinion of this guy. Not because I don't like or like, I don't care. At some point, I thought that he was a smart guy. He still was a smart guy until the end. But what Prigozhin was fundamental about is that he allowed the Russian army to have a huge breather after the shit show in Kharkov. Because he created the situation grind around Bakhmut that the Ukrainians right now are using as a template for every single operation. And this template is that they are expending a lot of artillery, expending a lot of people, expending a lot of equipment to mostly repel people. But now they're using the same tactics in reverse as an assault force. As you know, there have been gains around the flanks, but none of them has managed to even come close to the objective, which was cut supply to Bakhmut. This is not possible because the north is still well defended. But most importantly, they're expanding units, and we had a discussion with a still group of guys that are speaking. Azov was ground there. Now they're sending a police assault battalion / brigade. The battalion is getting ground. They lost like 14 guys already. They're losing vehicles. And these fights now are not for huge axes like Kharkov when Izium fell, Kupiansk fell, Balakleya fell. No, we are speaking about 800 meters a day. And the losses most of the time, and we can discuss it as much as you want, are negative for Ukrainians. They can kill 10 Russians and lose 5 guys. That's not how it's supposed to be happening. Because they have a more limited pool anyway. But when shit goes wrong and they lose 10 guys and don't approach to the Russian lines, then you get another problem. Because right now you didn't affect at all the enemy. And this is what happened in Rabotino. This is what's going on around North Bakhmut. This is what's going on in in Novodonetsk and Novomayorsk. This is what happened in Piataki. They attacked Piataki, they took it, and everybody's like, and I personally said, okay, first smart thing they do, they're going to push towards Sherebiaki. Never happened. They got stopped. Because everything after that was a shit show for them. Because that's how the Russians, in this case Wagner, taught them how to fight. They didn't taught them on purpose. No, they forced them to a certain posture, given how the Russians were defending or attacking, and fighting in general. And this is why I showed you guys, Suryak in the 15th of August made a post about, yeah, Uruzgan has fallen, and now we're going to see the third phase. The third phase is not the third phase. This is maybe the third phase or the first phase, whatever you want to call it. But the first phase was to arrive at the lines, and this was supposed to be happening within 2 weeks. Why within 2 weeks? I already explained this, but I'm going to say, if within 2 weeks you don't have the room to move the artillery behind you and have enough off range for this artillery to be able to help you go further, then you're going to have a problem because you're going to have to do it by your foot soldiers. And that's exactly what's going on. The point man, the guys moving towards the forest lines, forest belts, are going by foot, sometimes by pickups. And what do we see from Bober, Sudoplatov, and other people? Pickups, 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 foot mobiles, pickups, Bohanka, pickups, and so on. Where are Ukrainian trucks? We saw them, they tried at the beginning, they got hit in the mouth, and they went back, never to be seen again. And this is why, for instance, the latest Oryx / War Spotter totally for both sides in Zaporizhia is now finally, actually it's not true because at the week 3 already it went just a moment positive for the Ukrainians. Finally, the Ukrainians have destroyed more assets from the Russians, but when you check it properly, you got almost 60 trucks. Because on the other side, they don't take the pickups into question. And as I said, you can see roads of Robotine and all the area littered with pickups. That's also something I want to talk about it because it also impacts the logistics of these troops. So overall, we are 25 days after what Syriac said, and in 25 days, the only push that is noticeable and is extremely important also, it needs to be said, is the fact they have managed to have the bridgehead between Prokopivka and Verbove. That's the only positive point for them. To me, it's negative overall, but it's positive for them because they haven't been pushed away. However, now, since 2 days, they are having a slight push around Verbove on the soft belly between Verbove and Krusivka, and they're being pushed back, and the salient there is being narrowed. And this, once again, it's smart defense from the Russians. I'm not going to say it's great. Once again, guys, it's just things that you do when you see that things go your way. Ukrainians are making mistakes, they're losing people, they're losing vehicles. Russians are also losing people, losing vehicles and assets. But it is not the war we saw the first year. And it's not even the war we saw the first half of this year. It's a different war. It's a completely different situation. And it's a situation that I'm glad to say, along with other people in my small group, we predicted. And we predicted not as much because we believed or whatever. It's just like at some point you need to check trends. And that's why for a lot of people like you, looking at Oryx, it's not a problem. You may not be okay with the numbers or whatever. I said Oryx has a huge issue because of some declarations of the Ukrainian leadership in June, but that's not a problem. I don't care about those. The reality is the following. The trends, every single trend, even now in the counter, of proven things, once again, proven things, is going to one point. The counter is shitting itself. And maybe it takes a lot of Russians to make it that way, but it's shitting itself. So there you have it, Atakams. There you have it, Kuleba that humiliates Barenbock publicly by saying, yeah, why are we waiting for Taurus? Maybe bitch, because there are only 50 of them that Germany can give you without losing its own capability. Once again, the biggest issue I think right now for the Russians, because now we're going to go to the future, is what do you do after this counter stopped somewhere? And I'm not going to say it's going to stop at the lines right now. I don't think it's going to stop at these lines. I think they're still going to push to Novoprokopivka for Rabotino. I still think they're going to be at Starominivka in South Donetsk. And I still think they're going to try and push to Sherbaki on the Kamensk direction. We have two major unknowns right now. Where is the Energodar op? The ground there, okay, it's not very useful for tanks and heavy machines, but small vehicles like they have done until now, because let's figure it out, let's face it, Ukrainians are attacking by pickups and MRAPs. So where is the operation over there? I explained it last time. The biggest issue right now is the difference in level between the shallow plain and then you need to go up in order to raise yourself on the other side of the Dnieper. And that thing is an absolute shit show because there are a lot of choke points. Still, I would have thought that the Ukrainians would have tried that. They're not trying it. And there are a couple of possibilities. Two of them is they don't have the force to spare for that op, or they know the Russians know, or both. It's possible. Other possibilities mean that it's better for them to try the Kamianski axis, as I said, instead of trying to push towards a unknown territory where they are not sure about the solidity and the stability of the ground, and also they're not sure about the welcome committee on the other side. Another problem is what's happening in Kherson. We have these discussions about Cossack camps, about Antonovsky Bridge, about how these guys are going to drop by at the Kinburg speed. Yes, there are strikes there. We saw the videos. Even a Bayraktar went until there and hit a bunch of guys that dismounted by a boat. We had these landings in Crimea itself by boat. Another PR stunt. But where is the Kherson front? They have lost so many people out there for a result that we know is not going to work without a serious plan and bringing supplies and support. Also, Kherson, according to the war spotter map itself, is one of the few areas where the artillery parity in losses is obvious. And it's obvious because they need to support the guys that are that do their commando raids on the other side. So they need to get closer. So where is it? Why we the whole fucking counter? We have two active axes. Why? What's the point? Is this it? I don't think it is. I think that, as I said, they're gonna have a last surge in September, for sure, because I know people that are in Europe mostly can see that we have an Indian summer now, and dry heat, and this is gonna last, I think, for that part of the world until end of September. So they have at least 2 good weeks they can still use for these fights. What happens then? And what do the Russians do to actually exploit this, until now, dismal failure on part of the Ukrainian side? Well, as I said, we are hoping for 3 answers. One is technical. So a variation of the Shahid with a visual electro-optonic link, so you can see what you're striking, which would allow you also to fuse both surveillance and strike, a bit like the Lancet, but higher payload, longer range, and also better controllability. This already is the case with some of the missiles that are used from the Russians. So I think there could be something, because it would allow the Russians to send these things for at least 100 to 120 kilometers, not really needing 1,200 kilometers range like for the Shahid. Just 120 would allow them to sever a lot of communications along the front, and maybe, who knows, also HIMARS. The biggest issue that we have right now for the Russian side is that, and I've noticed from a lot of commenters here, they are completing themselves into the defensive. Because it's true, defense sometimes is easy. Defense allows you to hit the hardest, especially when it's well prepared, and especially when the other side did rookie mistakes early on, here, and you're exploiting them. The problem is, once again, that I surmise that an operation around Kharkov, Sumy, or whatever would be interesting, because it would pull them, the Ukrainians, over there, and it will allow the Russians to regain whatever they lost the last 3.5 months. But I don't think it's going to happen, mostly because that's why the Atacams are for. They are for stopping the Russians from reaccumulating enough resources to counterattack. In that term, I think that the Americans are recognizing the failure of the counter, and are making sure that the counter doesn't result into the shocking results that the Russians had to taste themselves last fall. And this problem is that it's not out of reality. It's true, it can happen. And once again, I'm going to say to you guys, it's very possible that this counter turns into a shit show and into a nightmare for the Ukrainians. But it doesn't mean also that this shit show, this nightmare, has to result for the Russians in the urge to counterattack and to use whatever is being mobilized right now and abused for something that I personally and the Russian leadership right now knows it's still not ready.
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.
Yet. So we would hope, and I think I'm talking for a lot of other guys here, that whatever happens now, the operation the Russians have in mind, we would hope that they would avoid two things. First of all, getting stuck into this mindset that we need to do to them what they did to us. I think the Russians should be smart into that. They should counterattack where they lost ground in Zaporizhia, and when they see they can hit the Ukrainians hard, and then try and behind them is open to negotiations if the Russians decide so. Of course, he had it in respect with the territorial integrity of the Ukrainian state and all this bullshit, which is dead on arrival. But the effort made to communicate that shows that the Americans know that they need more time for whatever they want to do next. I have no doubt that whoever comes after Brandon is going to follow the exact same logic. There is not going to be any kind of change in discourse unless a huge Ukrainian defeat happens. This huge defeat, unfortunately, as I see it right now, is not going to happen. The grind is mostly going to cost them a lot of people that they still think they can replace, and in a sense, to me, it's all good. It's very profitable for the Russians to have Ukrainians thinking that they can replace whatever nonsense they want, because it allows, once again, as I said, to have the Ukrainian leadership into this chokehold where they cannot negotiate, because if they negotiate, every single Ukrainian dead is going to be in vain. Although, as I said, we've had a couple of military guys come through and say, you know what, for us, if we can stop the war with the lines that we have right now, it's all good. We don't give a fuck. And this, I need to tell you, for me, it's a bit complicated to comprehend, because it's also the same guys who are being extremely brutal in their fight. And the fight for now about couple of months is not a defensive fight anymore. We can discuss it as we want, but the nature of the fight that Ukrainians are leading since almost 4 months now is purely offensive. Yes, it's counteroffensive, but I cannot understand how these people who are waging this offensive war, saying like we're going to be okay with stopping the war right now and losing about 17 to 18% of the territory, including a large part of the coast. This politically is untenable, so nobody can. So my main issue is the following. Is the Russian leadership ready to commit to a Minsk on steroids with legal insurances and proceedings that would give the Russian leadership at least part of what it wants. Once again, we're going to repeat the main issue here is that Russians have annexed 4 oblasts on top of Crimea. So it's Kherson, Zapo, Lugansk, Donetsk. Those 4 are actually condition sine qua non for Ukrainians to stop. Crimea, they're going to be ready to at least talk about, maybe not negotiate, but there is no way the Ukrainian leadership is going to let go of Kherson. There is no way the Ukrainian leadership is going to let go of Zaporizhia, even though they're not completely under Russian control. Because Kherson is like 73%, Zaporizhia is 74% occupied right now and controlled by the Russians. So for the Ukrainians, it makes no sense to even start talking about that thing. Therefore, what are we talking about? What is there to discuss? Well, as I said, for Minsk 3, what should be happening is that the Russians should try, and once again, this doesn't mean they should accept it. I said they should check if it's doable, if the Americans are open to it, of simply a transfer of territory. Either they freeze this conflict like North and Southern Korea, which would be interesting. Either they literally ask for a legal recognition from the Americans, which in the current form and shape is impossible. The Americans, whoever signs that paper, I'm not speaking about Zelensky, I'm speaking about Brandon and co. Whoever signs that paper is going to be ridiculed because the whole point of this NATO shit show is to respect the rule-based international security infrastructure. Therefore, there is no way any of those guys is going to be okay with any of this bullshit. So, once again, for a lot of people, I think the only choice is war for the foreseeable future. And therefore, the only choice for the Russians is as much damage as possible to Ukraine. Which means that the ideological problem within the Russian current leadership is what at some point would have to be solved. And what does that mean, have to be solved? Well, Putin needs to just leave his power right now, leave someone who is a lot more pragmatic in military matters take over. And I think that's not a good thing, honestly. I'm going to tell you guys, I think it's going to be a bad thing overall because whoever takes over with a more martial mindset on the Russian side is going to be a lot more expeditive and it's going to cause a lot more damages, which can have a backlash from the West. Let's say it like this. To me, the easiest thing that's going to happen in this bullshit is whoever comes after Putin or whatever the new military-minded plan is, they're going to make so much damage on a very short time. This is what happened, by the way, last year when everybody laughed about the Russian strikes initially, and then suddenly it became something completely different, and nobody was laughing anymore. So, on this case, I'm going to repeat what I said. I think that the best solution so far for the Ukrainians is to be as open-minded as possible, not accept everything, of course, because politically, for whoever's going to be there, is going to be challenging. And don't forget, once the war ends, the discussion needs to start. You need to be sure that there is not going to be a shit show like in Armenia, where Pashinyan is now literally leading that country into the abyss, but there is nobody else behind him. In a sense, Russians are trying to force Zelensky into a Pashinyan situation where there is nothing he can do about defending himself. But if there is whoever behind him who says, "Oh, you know what? I can defend Ukraine better. I can have a better deal, and so on," then whatever you sign now in Minsk is going to become like Minsk 1 or 2, a shit show and completely useless and just a prelude to another escalation. So on that aspect, as I said, I think the Russians, if they can keep what they have right now, or at least if for some reason they can force out of the Americans a line of contact along the 4 oblasts they have annexed, I think the Russians can call it a victory. And I think they should stop it. Why did I tell you this, guys? This because actually then you understand what the Russians need to do to keep those lines. At some point, you need to make an exchange of territory to normalize the line of contact. So the best position to do that is to attack Kharkov because they still hold like about 3% of Kharkov Oblast. And Kharkov Oblast, like I said, Lost Armor put it as affected by the SMO, but actually there was never a claim over Kharkov. And as I said, the Russian current leadership wants Kharkov to still be a hub for the transit between Russia and Ukraine. So in my opinion, the logic would be go back to Kharkov, grab between 20 and 25% of the oblast, start threatening Kharkov again, and after the Ukrainian counter is done and they need to completely move out against in the north, start also using the same destructive tactics they used for the Ukrainian electric grid for the Ukrainian railway. Start isolating Kharkov. And once that is done, it's done. Ukrainians then need to restart a whole new campaign with whole new troops, which were never supposed to be there at the beginning, because the strategic goal was to sever the Crimean land bridge. So once again, the point is forcing the Ukrainians. What failed in Kiev last year, which was basically where you threaten Kiev, you rob the south. Here you threaten Kharkov and you keep robbing the south. So the idea was not bad at all last year, but a total failure in the execution. This year, the Ukrainians have put the Russians into a position when they can succeed because both sides are completely worn out from the first round of fighting. Now, I have another thing I wanted to say is that I am surprised, I'm going to tell you, about the unpreparedness of the Ukrainian side and the preparedness of the Russian side. The will of learning. I posted a picture with the seen FPV strikes along the months. And you can see that this month we are the 12th and there are already over 180 FPV strikes. That thing, I spoke about this before and I said, yeah, it's going to change a lot of things. And other guys as well, Gamma, Trapped Aaron, other people. But in this case, they have become a complete placebo, but a working one for the artillery on Russian side. They allow a defensive force, offensive as well, but a defensive force to completely outgo the use of mortars, the use of artillery for specific tasks. And the accumulation of these strikes, even though, I'm going to repeat it again, even though it's not a game changer, is calling so many Ukrainians that they cannot go for parity. The Ukrainians cannot accept the fact that they're losing maybe 2 guys per FPV strike every time. Because we are on the road towards probably 184, about 500. If you take out 2 guys, it's 1,000 casualties. And I'm not even going to speak about killed in action, but 1,000 casualties out to FPVs per month. And it's a very limited system. People need to understand this, like maximum 10 kilometers I've seen until now. So these little things that I'm seeing the Russians apply in mass, like operators seem to be good enough. They seem to be smart. Other tactics that I saw used in Urozhanye, where artillery is hitting a position, guys come out to pull people from rubble. FPV goes to the guys who are doing this, and it's double tap, a bootleg double tap, a double tap that the Russian army, Russian military itself doesn't want to do, but it's happening on the battlefield from local units. So once again, my biggest fear is for Ukrainians that they are not sleepwalking to a catastrophe. Maybe the Russians are doing the same, by the way. I'm not saying the contrary, but the Ukrainians, for sure, given what we see, given what they lose as officers, given what they lose as troops, given what they're using as main tools for these advances around Robotyne and Verbovo, to me, it's clear. The stalemate is there, the grind is there, and the grind doesn't at all favor Ukraine right now. I'm not saying Ukrainians are not going to be putting meat on the table. No, I'm saying that that meat is going to be missed later on. And once again, bear in mind, the main issue of the Ukrainian forces right now is not as much meat or assets, is the fact that those both two expenses combined are not justifying the advance or the current military situation. So that's it for this space, guys. Thank you very much for listening, and you can ask questions if you want. It's gonna be short. For the questions, maximum 35 to 40 minutes. Usually it's a lot longer, but I'm gonna be short today. Up to you guys. Nobody? Okay, Ed. Yeah, go on, Ed.
مجان
Baba Vajan. Papa Dijon. Yes, bro. Go on.
مجان
Papa, yes, I can hear you, bro. Okay, Kremlin, go on, man.
Hey, wanted to ask something. Like, right now, they're basically doing these sort of like defensive NATO bullshit military exercises around the Danube in Dobroja, Romania, right?
Yes.
They'll probably be supplying weapons to Odessa via this shit. And I was just thinking, like, the way I see it, listened to you talking about current territories and such, but I still think they need Odessa, man. You have to take Odessa. You have to take Odessa. You have to cut them off from the sea.
Yes. I told you that was the honestly, I think it was the total goal was to get the South in full from coast to coast, and then it would have been a fait accompli. The issue is
to link to Transnistria as well, get Transnistria connected, and that's it. I mean,
yes, it was game over, and honestly, then the war was won. I'm not even trying to contradict or discuss anything. I think that was the total victory, but it didn't happen for obvious reasons.
Yeah, but I still think it's going to be possible, honestly. I mean, but not in the current year. I mean, right now, I don't think it's going to be like that, but I think it's still going to be possible. I mean, the way I look at it is kind of like this. Ukraine is basically throwing a lot of shit, or whatever they have, even the Western equipment. You see, they're kind of holding it. They had to hold it back because the initial couple of weeks or so went absolutely poorly, and now they're basically the even those. I listen to what the Western media says as well, because you have to understand that it's you kind of need to see the psyop working, what they're trying to communicate to you. You know, and you had these articles about Ukraine has to be less casualty adverse. It's basically saying like you have to throw in the bodies. Come on,
Yeah.
Ukraine, throw in the bodies. And I think that after they're basically going to impale a lot of their troops into this, unless he manages to somehow get another wave of mobilization, but it really won't help. I do believe that the Russians can basically start putting more pressure on Odessa. Like they can actually put more pressure on Odessa, and yeah, I know crossing the Dnieper is going to be difficult or something like that, but I don't know. Maybe they find some sort of solution, right? If they target the city, the defense in that city a lot, and they can basically
Actually, no,
put a
no,
lot.
no. I'm gonna interrupt you for
Yeah,
something
go ahead.
because
Go ahead.
I'm not contradicting you. Quite the contrary. I'm gonna say something. There is a possibility to go back to the other bank of the Dnieper from the same way I was expecting the Ukrainians to come. So through the Kakova Reservoir,
Yeah.
with the danger once again that the Ukrainians open the floodgates from the other cascading reservoirs to stop them, which would then literally point out to who did the Kakova dam explosion.
Yeah, but nobody cares who did it. I mean, pretty much except the brainwashed Nafos. I mean, if they were to do that and open the floodgates, Naf would be like, "Wow, look, they're washing away the Russians." I mean, this isn't about who, whatever. It's the moral side of it. Let's be honest. It's like,
No, no, no. To me, it was just the cherry on the top. The point is this: it's for the Russians to go through now. Given that the Ukrainians have gone silent on that front, the Russians could do that as well. It to me is risky, and honestly, right now it's not necessary because, as I said, the main goal is to get the Ukrainians attrited as much as possible. But in hindsight, I agree with you that at some point, once you stop this madness from being an active war, then you need to start asking things for not restarting it. Because the great problem for Europe, and for Europe especially, is that they cannot afford to have a start and stop. So basically, have 2 or 3 years to stop this war. Then when they need to rebuild the Ukraine, so pour at least 200 to 300 billion euros into it, only to have the Russians blow it up again. The great advantage of the current situation for the Russian side is that if the war is stopped, and I agree with you, they can make a lot more outrageous demands in order to have a smaller bargain. So basically, as I said, as you said actually, in order to say, okay, we're going to leave you okay, we want I'd say a free zone for Odessa. Let's call it like this.
you're kind of dropping out, man. You're dropping out a little
I'm
bit from
sorry.
time
Can
to
you hear
time.
me? Can you hear me?
Just letting you know.
Okay, so basically, what I can say is that Russians may try and enforce a kind of free zone
Man,
for Odessa.
you dropped out. I don't know. I can't hear you anymore. So something with your connection.
Can you hear me?
There's something with your connection. You're dropping out from time to time. Like even when you're speaking, like several minutes ago, you'd have several seconds of dropping out. Yeah, but I agree with you. They could basically say, "Hey, listen, if you don't give us this and that, it means we have to go in again." And you basically wasted some money on construction. You made some plans and whatnot. But I still think it's possible, like during this sort of campaign. And what I mean by that is, like Ukrainians are
Guys, can you
throwing
listen to me?
everything. Even
Can you listen to me or not?
yeah, I can hear. Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me, dude? Can you hear me? Hello, bro. Can you hear me? The fuck? Can
No,
anyone?
we can hear you.
Yeah, yeah. I was just trying to say that I think that they can do this like part of this ongoing conflict. The Russians, once the Ukrainians impale a lot of their forces in the south, around the Zaporizhia region, and they will pretty much have to kind of like at one point stop this failed
Guys, can you listen to me or
counteroffense. Yeah,
you can do?
we can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, now, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, basically, I'm okay. Kremlin, I don't know if you can listen to me or not, but basically, I
I can
agree
hear
with
you. I
you
can hear you.
to that point, and I think that Odessa should have been a major point. That's what I think was in Sensk was a clever attack, only badly executed and absolutely not supported. And for the rest, yeah, once again I agree with you that they can maybe take some kind of piece out of the rest of the coast by basically negotiating some kind of status for this and Yuzhny. Eddie, it's your turn because you basically were asked first, but we couldn't speak, or I couldn't hear you, or you couldn't hear me. I don't know. Then it's gonna be combat,
Okay.
and then of course Chuni. And Radical, I know that you
Okay.
asked the first guy. I'm gonna add you after, so no problem. You can ask again.
Okay. Thank you. I'll try to make it short. First, thank you for the summary. And I think that at the beginning, they overstretched. They did like the same fucking mistake that Rommel made in North Africa, like overstretching the lines, too few troops. And I know you said that South wouldn't be possible. I mean, to do without the incursion north. But it seems to me that they lost like precious momentum there. And for example, that, in my opinion, that great operation that Gostomel was by the VDV, whatever Spetsnaz was there, probably they really fucked up because they would do the same in Odessa, and that would have been probably better and more probably succeeding there than what happened in Gostomel, because being near Kiev, I think they had more chance to defend and to the outcome was what it was. While in Odessa, maybe a combination of assault from the sea, from the naval infantry with all the Rapuchas and landing craft they had there, and an airborne part from the VDV would have been, I mean, more probable to succeed than to have these precious gains in the south. Said that, the 58th Army, I think, which conducted operations in the south with General Zusko, as I said to you other time. I mean, I think it performed well if we compare to the 58th Army of August War in 2008, and but simply there was not enough troop commitments there to go further, and you explained very well then where they had to stop and what what happened. But if you look in perspective, Ukrainians, after all, came from the same military schools. They wisely chose how to defend, and obviously they knew the mentality of how the Russians fight, and then with the help from US or the Western sides, try to minimize and to put that prediction they had in mind into action, into defense, and all that happened. But if the focus was south, as you said, I think mistakes have been made, because the best units, I don't know, the first tank army with the best units were better employed if they went south than the 58th Army, or at least to reinforce it.
True, that's true. But then again, I said now in hindsight we can pass judgment, but on the spot, I think where I am going to agree with you is that the attack on Gostomel was unnecessary, but also needed to make the threat feel real.
Mm-hmm.
The overcommitment there, in a sense, you are right, should not have happened. But I think the Russians themselves found in this, pride or innate for us, a situation when, like do they dare to resist? And this, it snowballed into something that none of the sides had intended.
Mhm.
I'm gonna disagree with you. Odessa would have been a worse spot for a landing operation because, and once again, they could have always reinforced Kiev from close by within 30 to 60 kilometers. For Odessa, they would have to fly from Crimea, which meant 100 kilometers over sea, and which meant a very, very, very dangerous situation if the VKS could not control the skies. They could have lost a lot more planes, aircraft, a lot more helicopters doing that than towards Kiev. Now, the other thing where I agree with you is that an Operation Nikolaev, the same way it happened from north to Kiev, that would have sealed the fate of Voznесensky, because
Yes.
that would have been, in my opinion, a lot better than what happened.
You have a starting point. You mean if they got Nikolaev and they?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Then I can directly go across the Bug, and they are straight to Yuzhny. Once they are at Yuzhny, Odessa is done. Because then they will have to fight literal war. We've seen that Ukrainians in the beginning, especially the 3-4 first months, had no boats. Most of their literal riverine boats were in Mariupol. 4 were seized over there. The rest of them got either scuttled by themselves or completely destroyed very early on. And then they would have also the defense via the Moskva, which would have been a lot further from Snake Island, and defending straight up Nikolaev, all the axis, which would have made it impossible for a lot of counteraction from the Ukrainian side. Okay, once again, I said it's hindsight. We can replan, we can replay as much as we want. What is done is done.
Yeah.
Kaluara, as we say in Albanian. But the main thing is, I completely agree with you. Operation would have been a lot more. A VDV operation would have been a lot more interesting in the south, and it would also made the Ukrainians gotten off balance. Now, the main issue, and I'm going to agree with you, is that the use of the tank armies was not the best up north. They could have used a secondary army, like from central.
From eastern even.
Exactly, and a lot of conscripts, because at the end, as I said, the fact that they stopped using the conscripts very early, within 2 weeks, condemned a lot of larger units to have almost nobody to man them. They were like straight up half the manpower they should have had, and that hurt a lot more than what happened in September and October, when a lot of the contract soldiers simply didn't follow up or were wounded. So I think that on that part, the ideological and the political fear of the Russian leadership played I'd say, way too big a role into this situation.
They underplayed the Ukrainian defense also, I think.
For sure. And I think they also, and we're gonna have this discussion forever, they got bamboozled. The 3 months they lost from October to February for the
If you look at numbers, I think Berlin needed 800,000 troops, and even Kharkov, I think it took 250K to get, and they had like the half here in operation. So, I mean, but I just had a few questions.
Go on.
Where is the BMPT? Where are they?
That's the problem. They do this. I explained that they do this 3 months. Like they are popping out of nowhere, getting hit, or spending 2 to 3 months on the front, and then they're getting pulled back. We saw that in July of this year, 2 were damaged. One was the infamous one that was supposedly completely destroyed by FPVs and stuff like that. Then the Ukrainians themselves showed it was on a repair pod on the Russian military remote base. I think those machines, unfortunately, take a lot more, too much abuse, and they are not ill thought, but unfortunately, this war showed that the means to harm machinery are almost unlimited. Like now you got FPVs, you got drones that drop grenades on you, you got drones that drop mortars on you, drones that drop anti-tank warheads on you. Strike drones, of course, although they almost disappeared because it's too dangerous. You got high precision guided rockets, you got high precision artillery, you got normal artillery, and you got infantry. So basically, where are they? They simply show up, do some damage, take some damage, are pulled back for repair. I think yeah, tell me, go on.
Are you saying that? I mean, it's obviously cheaper to go to infantry now with drones, FPVs than to employ BMPTs. You don't need that kind of firepower. You mean?
It's not cheaper, but in the current scenario, unfortunately, you need to and this is one thing that Ukrainians do well, by the way, it needs to be said. They are going to pummel a position so hard before going in with your normal mechanized infantry tactics, and they also choreograph this pretty well. Like the position they attack most of the time is almost defenseless because they're under electronic warfare. They have been attacked. There are drones hitting them. And so whatever the guys in there do, any damage that Ukrainians sustain from these attacks is like, it's amazing because they should not be able to get even touched given the control they have of the areas and the fact that they they have this choreography. But in reality, it's very simple. Every time they've done this without all these layers of control of the drones and so on, they've gotten beaten so badly. We saw that in Rabotino. So all these things make it almost impossible, and you can see the difference. You can have a 30-ton vehicle like a Bradley M2 still getting messed up by a 500 FPV drone or artillery or whatever, and you also have the T90s or Leopard 2s also getting pummeled to oblivion. The situation is now where the BMPTs, I said, they seem to follow this pattern. When they show up, do some damage, take some damage, are pulled back for repairs. And what I wanted to say is that it is showing a rather survivable asset, but it is also very not fragile or vulnerable, but it's still not the thing that we thought it would be. I personally, for the BMPT, first of all, I would never put the BMPT on these wooden plantations that you see up north, because there are so many ways to get attacked by the side. But even then, they're still doing pretty okay. I mean, given the firepower that Ukrainians have in general. But at the same time, you cannot have these vehicles like every 2 weeks getting damaged to the point you need to pull them back, repair them for a couple of weeks or months, and then put them back into action. These things, I mean, are supposed to take a harsher punishment, but it also shows that, in fact, the thought process for these vehicles was not the war we are seeing here. You know, it's. Okay. I think the threat level and threat ecosystem has risen so much that we need a completely different approach, I think, in both passive and active defense. And also one thing, a lot of people were complaining about why don't we have APS and stuff like that for both sides. I think given the limitation of the can you hear me now? Yeah, yes, no, it's a call. It's an entering call. So basically, the biggest issue that we have right now is that the APS, let's take the trophy or even the Arena M that was supposed to be bought and installed, but they are pulling back again because they're finding that it doesn't matter, given that FPVs, for instance, they cannot sustain a continuous attack, as we saw for one tank, a stranded T-80 BV. The Russians used, I think it was Sudoplatov, they used 5 different FPVs. Well, when you are going to arm, let's say, these vehicles with a trophy APS, which is it's two lateral counter systems, you're gonna have only 5 shots per side. Let's say the guy hits you with 5 FPVs on the same side. You unfortunately are done. Okay, you can turn the
Yeah.
turret or whatever, but at the end, the point is that the attack means are so cheap and so plentiful right now that it doesn't matter for any option to have them installed unless there is something like the Russians are trying and Ukrainians were trying as well with these black void boxes to disrupt FPVs from attacking them. So in average, the defense that needs to be installed needs to be so much layered right now that you can see, for instance, Ukrainians are completely caging their self-propelled guns. It makes no sense anymore. Because that means that the whole point of the self-propelled gun was to have a rotating turret. They are literally moving their chassis now. They are getting the direction with the tracks, like we are back into the World War II, you know. So my main problem with this is the following: is that right now I think this war is a lot of trial and error for both sides, and for the Russians has been a lot of errors. Let's be honest. But we're both getting there. And where is the BMPT? As I said, right now they're again in repair.
I just have two short questions. The first one is we see that the Ukrops, you know, they have the Caesar, Archer, and Susanna, which are very long shooting guns,
Yes.
I think. While the first one is while the Jacint, I mean, is not shooting as far as that. And the second, if you can say something regarding the T-80 and the Omsk story and the engine, whatever is happening around the tanks.
Well,
That's it. Thank you.
I think the only short-term solution for the Russians in terms of long-range artillery is refurbishing all of their peons and turning them into Malkas. That's the short-term solution. The longer-term solution would be, and it's a bit of a meme right now, is going to North Korea and getting their 170 millimeters, or getting China to transfer both equipment and ammunition. We spoke about that. The Russians have been discussing that, and the fact that the Krasnopol D was, according once again to Andrei and other Ukrainians, was spotted a couple of times, means that all it's missing right now is not that much the ammunition, it's the gun, so the barrel in this case, but also the possibility to be used for its purpose. In this case, okay, everybody says like 40 kilometers plus, but there is no gun firing at 40 kilometers on the Russian side. Even if you use a RAP, it's going to be 38 kilometers Big Max. So the whole point of your artillery round is maybe not lost, but it's like you're feeding jam to pigs. However, where it's a lot more interesting is that if you have a drone who can give you a location, even from short range, using the Krasnopol D, would mean that you don't need to force the drone to illuminate the target. The other problem is that, okay, you're going to have the Koksan, but we know that the artillery rounds for the Koksanas are mostly so-called dumb. You're going to have one RAP, and it's going to propel you up to 45 kilometers, which is going to be interesting because 45 kilometers means you are going to hit back the Caesars, the Crabs, all L-52 guns. Now, what do you do with that? Because finally, that would put you into a relationship with North Korea. That it's not that you don't want it, but they're going to be the only guys to both repair, fix, and supply you with ammunition. Okay, you can have your own pattern and start shaping up your own ammunition for 170 millimeters, or equipping those 170 millimeter rounds with a GPS unit from the Krasnopol D. But would it fit? Would it survive the pressure from the Koksan? Because it's a completely different pressure. And also in general, why wouldn't you just like contract the North Koreans to help you out with the situation? You know, let them produce them for you. And I had at some point I said the Russians should focus on a couple of things and buy whatever they need elsewhere or find it elsewhere. It's exactly how the Ukrainians are doing, although they are in a completely different situation. Now, the other problem that I have with the T-80 story is the following. The T-80 story for me is very simple. Back in the day, I said that the Russians were going to hit a bottleneck of about 660 per or 700 tanks per year, and I think on Wayback Machine you can find that under the one or other name. The problem with that situation is that it's not enough to resorb both the needs for new troops, but also take out the losses that the Russians are still taking tank-wise. So the refurbishment, and I explained that to a certain person here, and I'm gonna have a talk with the guy because sometimes he's a bit big. The problem is that you have multiple grades of vehicles that you can refurbish. That means that you have A grades, B grades, C grades. I'm not saying that's how the Russians name them. I'm saying this. So once you are done with the A grades that you can refurbish within a week or 2 weeks, then you need to start with tanks that are going to take longer to you. But suddenly, after 1 or 2 week refurbishment, you're jumping to 1 or 2 months. And then for the very old ones, you are starting to look at 3 to 4 months. And in order not to lose time and to be able to deliver, you cannot use the freshest at the beginning. You need to mix it up, because if you don't mix up, then you're going to have a huge bottleneck at the beginning with a lot of tanks sent to the troops, but then a complete void. The management in the timeline means that actually, if you were smart, you should do half of the oldest one first and the freshest one to be able to deliver a complete, like in a complete timeline. And at the middle, you should have the B category, if you want, who should be almost the last one, because you can start the process and go on and go on and go on. So the continuity of the refurbishment from Omsk, once I think they did the math, they said like, bro, for the oldest one, we may be going to spend 4 to 5 months, but to restart the whole line of production is going to take us less or at the same time. So there is no logic. Once again, I'm going to repeat, there is no logic from that standpoint than to do refurbishment alone. If you are to the point when you have this situation, then it makes complete sense to restart production while you're also refurbishing.
But sorry, are they doing the old style thing, or are they doing the welded turret like T90, some hybrid or something?
No, I think first of all, we don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. What I really think it's gonna be very complicated. The foundry system for the T8 is gone. So if they want to do a cast turret, it's gonna be almost impossible.
Okay.
So my idea right now is that they have a solution a la T84 for the Ukrainian side, and we're going to see that the new T80s are going to be welded turrets on the legacy hulls, and it's logical. They know how to do the legacy hulls. There is not much of a change. My main issue with that, because someone said like, it's about the reverse speed. No, guys, no, it has nothing to do with the reverse speed. If you see what they're building right now, most of the tanks, the new tanks they're building are T90s, T90Ms, and the refurbishment are for T72s, which have only 2 gear ratios for reverse, which is 1 engaged reverse and 2 full reverse. And that's 4 to 5 kilometers, even 6 sometimes, depending how loose the fucking shit is. So on that point, it has nothing to do with the reverse. It has literally to do with the fact that they need tanks, point, period, and that's it. The situation is that I think, once I said, is that refurbishing tanks right now is going through, I think, the thickest of the timeline. they understood that at this point it makes no more sense. There are also a lot of shortcomings on the tanks that are refurbishing. First of all, as I said, you have these cast turrets which are not always adapted to the new combat realities. Second of all, as I said, you need to start proofing these turrets before you put them back on the tanks just refurbished. The hulls are just refurbished, and you can already see that some of the turrets have been stored in actually pretty shitty conditions. So you need to start augmenting some of the issues. I've seen at least so far, unfortunately, burnt or destroyed, traces of at least fillings within the turret cheeks done from the outside that shows that the turret cheek either was already damaged from fire or when they checked the content of the cheek by any kind of scopic mean, they just found out that the internal insert was completely crapped out, so they needed to refill it. That again shows that storage tanks are good, but they have their age and they have also their situation. We see the same with the Ukrainian side, by the way. As I said, Ukrainians are very happy to show you their T62As that they use as tank schools. But when you see the clips, they have their gas ports completely fucked up, and their condensing system on the right side to the gas evacuation most of the time is absent, so they literally are choking their tanks every time. And basically, these school tanks, every time they stop having these lessons, a team of mechanics is in there to make it not explode. So once again, I mean, both sides have these issues, and I made this joke about the fact that the Danes needed to pull out tanks from museums because their own storage tanks were in shitty conditions. Well, it's the same thing for the Russians. I'm pretty sure there are T-72Bs in pretty horrible shape that they need to refix. So, yeah, that's that. So the whole situation for me is that they're at the point where producing at least new hulls is going to be far less time consuming than reshaping whole old tanks from a specific condition. That's the only way I see it. That's it. Or then, but which is, in my opinion, completely nonsensical, they have no more stocks. They have no more supplies. But that means that for at least 4 to 6 months, there is nothing anymore coming through, because it's going to take them that much to completely revive the line. And also, let's not forget, refurbishing a tank is one thing, but producing it, so cutting it, working at the foundry, respecting the tolerances. So far, only one unit has done that, and that was the one at Agil for the T90SA and the refurbishment of the T72s. In Omsk, what they did was the same thing as the refurbishing units in Tagil, but it's not producing new tanks. So you need to train people from scratch for that. So it's going to take time if they want to start it. Unless they do as the Americans are doing right now with the weapons. The training and the refurbishment of the line has been already happening, and they are starting right, which would be extremely surprising, to be honest. But the Russians have been surprising in good and bad in this war. So
Maybe they call in service grandpas from.
honestly, I that wouldn't surprise me, because the last people who worked, I know, that's what I want to tell. It's going to be surprising because, for one thing, Andrei posted like the a whole bunch of T-72 UDs that the Russians have. They should have about 300 of them. Were put back in carriages for regeneration. But as you know, there is a huge problem with the UDs because the engine it's a 6TD or 6TDF from Ukraine. So
The boxer diesel.
yes. So how they would do that, I have my idea in there, but I think a lot of people are not going to be very happy about it. I think that, in fact, those tanks are going to be stress tests for the augmented V92 F2, which is going to be placed in a canted role. So maybe you know already because you've seen how T-54, T-55 is. The engine is transversal to the engine bay, right? Well,
Yeah.
in order to fit that engine into the engine bay of the T-80UD, you need to cant it on the side and add a cover on the rear engine, and then also make sure that your exit is on the rear, because as you know, the VF has an exit on the side, on the left side for the T72 or T90. Well, in the case of the UD, as you know, the engine is on the exhaust is on the rear, so they need a place to be able to completely turn the exhaust around towards the exhaust pod in the rear, and that means that they need to cant the engine. But canting the engine means your oil balance is not going to be the same. So the only possibility is raising the engine deck a bit further. And I don't think it's going to be very pretty, but let's see how they do it. But what I meant by that is that I think that they are going to go very far for the new vehicles, for the T80s, because they have no other possibility than making welded turrets. Given, as I said, that the foundry right now, in my knowledge, is still closed, so they're not going to be able to do anything with it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Fala, didn't.
Mira.
So Kremlin, you can quickly add something, and then it's going to be for our friend,
just 20 seconds. Just 20 seconds.
goddamn,
So
he moved
regarding
on.
tanks and refurbishing,
Go on,
I mean, can you hear me, dude? Can you hear me?
I'm really sorry, Kremlin. I cannot hear you. I would.
I can hear you.
Say what? Chani, say what?
I can hear.
What?
You can't hear me either.
I can hear you. I can hear.
You can hear me, but can you hear Kremlin? Because he's the guy who was supposed to do a quick.
I can.
Can you ask for me? It's going to be a short question.
Yes.
It's going to be a short question.
So yeah.
Regarding tanks, so I know the Russians still have a lot of T-54.
I don't know what happened, Kremlin. I didn't lock you out, quite the contrary, but I cannot hear you, man.
So
I'm gonna let our friend Combat Kasatka first, because he was there before you guys. King, I'm gonna let you speak after. Okay, I'm sorry, Kremlin. Combat, go on, man.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I have two questions, and one is directed about the remaining military industry of Ukraine. So I keep, let's say, hearing and reading about the, let's say, NATO guys from them that Ukraine is not that just it lost the all military industry capability, but it's rebuilt. And I fail to see any kind of proof of that. I mean, I don't think anything gets built, as in new stuff there, and I think only some repairs are done. But I would like to hear your opinion about this, and connected to it, the other question: why did the Russians stop the attacks on the infrastructure? Because it keeps puzzling me. Because I'm pretty much sure that they do have good intel about, let's say, industrial centers and I don't know, power nodes and whatnot. I mean, whatever got destroyed last October, November, December time. But for whatever reason, they just stopped. And yeah, so do you know?
On that one, I'm going to tell you right away. There is a manic of escalation within the Putin administration. I don't understand who has this nonsense, but it is there. Why? I'm going to give you a couple of examples. Whenever the Russian forces are hit rather badly let's say the Predel over horizon radar, the S-300 Tel that got shot in Tarkankurt, a couple of other such situations. The very next moment, there is an operation to hit Ukrainians as hard. And we have images, and Ukrainians are complaining, and they're asking for more. So there is, I don't know who the fuck is doing this, because it's making me extremely unhappy and also puzzled, like you. They have targets, they have intel, as you say, and they have the means to do them, but they do them like a kind of symbolic, strike back.
Yeah, it's like retaliate.
Yeah, as a retaliation.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it makes no sense. If you want to disrupt them, disrupt them. And this is leading to what I told you in the beginning of the space, that I think they have this plan of slow cooking the Ukrainians until it is unbearable for them. Why? Because they also have this feeling that if it goes too far, too hard, is going to be a reply from the West, which the Russians are not 100% sure to control.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, it might sound like scope, and I completely agree that it makes to me no sense and to you no sense. But then how can we explain the fact that the moment they get hit hard in the nose, they reply as hard, if not harder? And even the whole black hole that Kiev has installed around the strikes from the Russian Federation, when we hear that only S-300, S-400 are sent and everything is a failure and they stop every missile, then when we check after a couple of weeks on satellite images, we see that the destruction is there and that suddenly there is loss of infrastructure, loss of assets. I agree with you. I have no idea. There is someone probably who is having this whole completely crazy thought about going in and around. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. I have no proper explanation unless the escalation one, and even that one sounds completely off the rocker. But it's also the only one that works. The fact that they have what they want to strike, but they don't want to strike right away because they want to keep it as a kind of, reprisal, as you said, retaliation.
Right.
And also, in another sense, as I said, for the energetical infrastructure, I said it before, I'm going to say, what they did, they completely stopped consuming a lot of electricity, and they shifted electricity produced in the west of the country towards the center. And then the west of the country and southwest of the country was supplied directly by being linked on the European system. This was the meme that we laughed about while in 2022 they said we're going to sell electricity to Europe. And then within 3 to 4 months, they were net recipients of European electricity. So on that sense, I think it's just a lot of PR around the...
I can't hear you.
Okay, guys, indeed I lost connection. That's 5G in France. I'm really sorry, guys. Yeah. Small situation. So combat. I'm really sorry. I was discussing some things and I was replying. I just had a small situation with my 5G. So that part is done. As for this, yeah, I reinvited everybody. Hopefully they're gonna rejoin. But yep. Shampanskoy, come on, bro. I'm gonna add you because you needed to talk. Guys, if you want to talk, just claim whatever. I got lost in there. I lost my connection, so please.
All good. I had a couple questions. Just two. I was like, I know at one point those PZH 2000s got pulled off because the Ukrainians were overcharging them with Like they were packing the charge like way too fucking too much. I think they were like essentially ruining the barrels.
Yeah, they were apparently because the first.
This is a pro-Russian space, right? I don't like being with Ukro-Nazis. I couldn't tell. You can never tell, you know.
Yeah, okay, whatever. Chat them.
Slava Russia.
Yeah, okay, bro. So I wanna tell you about the Panzergebiete. The thing is that Magyar was the first one to actually be extremely pissed about the fact that it wouldn't stand ongoing artillery barrage, and according to everybody, they were firing like 100 rounds per day on that thing. But as I already explained, 100 rounds per day on a barrel that barely supports 2,000 effective full charges, that meant that in 20 days you were done. And this was one of the things that I had as discussion last year, is that with this ratio, they don't even need to get destroyed. They will just crater the barrels within 3 to 6 months. And then, of course, this changed because they got more ammunition, got more guns, and etc., etc., etc. So yeah.
And then the other question is, I know they have like that. I haven't seen on the front at all, like tornadoes, Smirch. I see like almost no video of those.
So,
are they too inaccurate for like counter battery, or are they just like? What happened?
To be honest, what happened for that is that thank God Smirch and Tornado is not seen. Thank God only one of them has been lost for the whole fucking war, because that's the thing. They have such range that they should not even be in the same room as everybody else. So it's a good thing that they aren't showing them firing. It's a bad thing for us because the PR around the HIMARS is like, it's I think 50% of its effectiveness. You know, HIMARS could do the same damage without showing the strikes, and the Russians would feel it just the same. But for the outside world, this aura of invincibility, precision, and tactical proficiency makes it like the weapon you need to strike back. But the reality, once you have this idea, when you check how the things are going, you can immediately see the biggest issue with the HIMARS. It's not stopping the Ukrainians from getting stomped. Actually, that's another thing. So far on the front line, the HIMARS is keeping them in the game, especially with regards to artillery. But for the rest, it's good that we don't see any of those in the front lines, but it's for sure something that the Russian Ministry of Defense should advertise. Like, these are the strikes we do with them. And in a couple of cases, it has been done, but unfortunately, it's not exactly the thing that you are seeing from Ukrainians, which is literally, okay, this is the objective, this is the strike, this is the result. The very few cases you see that from the Russian Ministry of Defense is, and to be honest, to me, it is the kind of targets the Tornado Ace or Smash should be attacking, where the two trains over 60 kilometers away from the front line, and also the rear strikes on the concentration of troops in Kharkov early this year. And that was okay, good. I have nothing else to say. Plus the strikes by cluster ammunition that they did a couple of times in Bakhmut. You could see that it was a Smerch cluster ammunition that is used to cover a whole village. You know, it's not just like what you see right now. It's a small area. But I agree with you, PR side at least, and efficiency side, they need to do something because they look stupid. It's very possible that the Tornado S is extremely good, but it has nothing to do with the PR and the effectiveness shown from the HIMARS so far. And in this case, I'm not going to say it's good or bad. It's just like the Russians for everything are doing the same, except for the Lancet, and even for the Lancet, you got this delay, because sometimes you know that the vehicle you're seeing destroyed has been destroyed 2 weeks ago, but you see the Lancet footage 2 weeks after, which makes it all the more confusing. Let's say it like this.
You know if there's any credibility? I heard that the U.S. isn't going to deliver those Abrams after all. You know if that's true?
I don't believe that is true, because right now, if there is one thing that Ukrainians need, is tanks. We already had this discussion a couple of times before. Ukrainians have had about 561 tanks delivered out of the 793 pledged. Out of those 561, about 212 have been damaged, destroyed, or lost. So tanks are definitely something Ukrainians need. So if the Americans don't deliver, then it's maybe the first sign of the offensive or being plugged off life support. But I don't think, I honestly, I don't believe that, because the pledges for this end of year are still there. So the 10 Abrams tanks, the 190 MRAPs, a couple of strikers are coming back. We have the rest of the Rosomak vehicles from Poland that need to be delivered until June 2024. So there are things still coming in the pipeline, and there are also other stuff that we know already pledged that need still to come. So about 200 and something tanks still need to come. About 250 infantry fighting vehicles need to come, and then you have probably about 1,000 utility vehicles, MRAPs, Humvees, stuff like that. So I don't think the Abrams is not coming. I think that the rest of the Abrams might be delayed, because they pledged about 90 of them, 93 of them actually. I don't think those one will be completely delivered if the counter goes the way it is going right now.
And then I know someone said that we're like announcing a counteroffensive soon. You know if that was true, the talk that MOD was gonna do that and just didn't.
That's the thing. That the thing is that I also was expecting it, but I also said in this space that I have this feeling that the Russians are feeling very comfortable with the way the counter is going right now. That may be actually very wrong, but I don't see anything else from the Ukrainians than a creeping offense, and that creeping offense is taking days for a few hundred meters. And it could be very much true that, I don't know, once they go beyond the first line of defense, everything becomes fluider and faster, whatever. But it's just not there, because the breach is so far, the crossings so far are foot mobile on one axis, and the only thing they're doing right now is stacking the trenches and getting hit on the trenches. So for as long as no vehicle is going to cross the line, it's going to be extremely complicated for them to really threaten the Russians. And I think this complacency is not good for the Russians. I think that this, as I sensed in the beginning, once you have them, finish whatever you can do infantry-wise, damage as much as possible their, I'd say, offensive potential, and then go to the next step, which would be, where do we go from here? And that's what I said. If you check the maps and if you see a bit the political bargaining starting to happen, I would attack Kharkov instead of Sumy in order to have continuity of landmass control within Ukraine.
I still say like any major offensive or by the Russian forces, I feel like you have to some extent be able to blind like all these fucking surveillance platforms that NATO has running 24/7, right? They've got UAVs out the fucking ass, right? They've got like this fucking Global Hawks. They've got like MH9, MQ9, whatever.
I think that's also one part of the adaptation from the Russian side. They somehow have adapted being watched and being seen and fighting with, a lot of people would say, with one hand tied on their back, because first thing that you should do is basically take out the eyes of your enemy. But in this case, you got the enemy in front of you and you got the enemy beyond. And the enemy beyond, for the moment, is not touchable because he himself is not involving directly in the fight. It's a bit of a bullshit, I agree, but right now that's the fake type of war that's happening on top of the right and true war that is happening. So far, they have managed, as I said, to adapt to this continuous surveillance. And it is costing at least 40% in lost assets during the whole war is the fact that they are not fighting only Ukraine. Let's say it like this. The Predel strike, the S-300 strike, and so on, these are things that Ukrainians, no way they could have done it on their own. And we know that it's not like something new, but like these are strikes which literally, if the war was exactly as the Russians would have seen it, so basically no participation from the West, would have never happened. But unfortunately, the Russians were wrong, and they are paying a price for that. However, once again, it's one thing to be on the sideline as a coach, as like a mentor, as a cheerleader, like the Americans are doing right now. And it's another thing to be an active combatant. For that, Americans don't want to do it because it would be something that they abhor, would be probably very quickly a lot of American losses. I'm not saying more losses than the Russians. I'm saying if you start seeing 2,000-3,000 Americans KIA within 2 weeks, then you have a problem. Because this is the kind of war that is being fought over there. It's not, that's the thing I'm expressing to a lot of people. It's like we see the Russians dead, Russian equipment destroyed, Ukrainians dead, Ukrainian equipment destroyed. This is the war we're seeing. It's not exactly an industrial scale war, but it is a major war, hot war, a lot of losses. And those are going to be unavoidable on both sides, because not that the sides are evenly matched, but the playground doesn't, for the moment, have the kind of one-sided traffic that should have been installed by now by the Russians, simply because it is in the advantage of, right now, the Russian Federation to have this creep of a war which hurts Ukraine in the long term a lot more. They can always get the burner up, but for the moment, that's my opinion. Are feeling rather comfortable with the kind of war that Ukrainians are fighting and being stalled into. So yeah, Truni, and then the Stalinian friend, and then Snake.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh yeah. So yeah, it's gonna be like short because I have like work in like 10 minutes. But yeah, I just have like several quick questions. So yeah, sorry about the whole like my characterization of the Kherson. It was very oversimplified, but my like explanation was that simply like the Russians thought they would never leave Kherson, so that's why they didn't care about like Kakhovka like possibly getting destroyed. Like they thought like America would be too pussy to like send any long range weapons, so that's why they thought like they could. They're like one of the like main like goals was to like have like one land bridge to Crimea, to water to Crimea.
But the problem is again the following. How are you going to say they were too pussy to have long-range weapons? They got attacked the 16th of March in the Kherson airport with extremely long-range weapons that Ukraine already had. Tochka, Smerch. No, that's the problem with Kherson and water for Crimea is a tiny speck of the reality of the Crimean story. The problem is that if you don't get Kherson and if you don't block them at the Dnieper at best, but actually it would have been Nikolaev at worst, if there is a roll tide going to your ass because for some reason they get reinforced, then you're going to lose Crimea in the process. That's it. It has nothing to do. And also, that's why a more difficult operation, which is, as said, attacking from Crimea towards Kherson, it's a very limited headway. You can block 4 passages, and it would reduce your attack stream to almost zero. And yet the Russians perfectly did that. Within 2 days, they had most of the Kherson area, and then they started to propagate around in Zaporizhia and then further into Donetsk, from Donetsk along the Azov coast, and they met in Melitopol. And that's one of the first cities that was taken. It wasn't even Kherson city, it was Melitopol. And the Ukrainians for a long time tried to deny that Melitopol was taken the 25th. But that's what happened. And there was a running battle with Ukrainians fleeing as fast as possible and having the Russians in their asses. So on that part, you cannot explain that by simply the reservoir, because once again, I have explained this in 2021, and there was an April's Fool post, but it was serious. In order to control the Kakova reservoir, you need to control so much more land up north and so many more installations, and still the Ukrainians would have a word to say to that. So it's water is a very small concern here. The concern most is giving a buffer to Crimea, and that's it.
I see.
And that's it.
Oh yeah, I have like another like what do you think about the whole rumors that like a monkey trusted family, like Godfather cannot lie, that like there's like governors that are like willing to like greet Russians with bread and salt, and that like there's this rumor that Monkey believed that like in Chernigov and Sumy and Kharkov, like the governors would just like call off troops, and like that worked in Melitopol and Kherson, but the ones in like Sumy and Chernigov were like a lot more anti-Russian, and that like didn't happen.
We have the video of Kernes in Kharkov trying to negotiate a peaceful surrender of Chuguiv and getting the POWs that were taken Chuguiv and give the Russians that were taken. There were a lot of negotiations. A lot of people have this discussion about what should we do. But at no point, I think the Russians thought that Kharkov would have been Donetsk. If it was that, then they were stupid. But I don't believe so, because outside of Chuguiv, they lost a T-80 BVM. It was the first tank lost in the combat, and it was hard fighting straight on. I think this whole shit is pure PR, meant to basically vilify and ridicule the Russians. But at the same time, I mean, we have the same guys telling that in 3 weeks they're going to be in Melitopol. After 2.5 months, they get their ass kicked, and nobody's smoking. These American officials saying that. And that's the funny part. I have a supposedly pro-Russian guy giving credence to anti-Russian bullshit, but nobody's mocking Ukrainians and Americans by saying that within 1 to 3 weeks we're going to be in Melitopol. Now there's some guy who found out the statement from Turchinov and friends that said within 48 hours the Donbass ATO will be resolved, which literally was a statement from the Ukrainian leadership of then, and nobody has been using this for now almost 10 years. But I hear the same bullshit about 3 days operations that probably was never uttered by anyone within Monkey's entourage.
Basically, my question like boiled down: Did Medvedchuk make like promises to Monkey, and like Monkey built?
He was in house arrest. That's the thing. That's the problem I have every time with you, man. You are getting the most fringe stuff out there, and Medvedchuk was in fucking house arrest since 2021. End of 2021, the guy was getting beaten to a pulp. And they fucking even made this shit show of a capture of Medvedchuk trying to get away. Do you want me to start posting that about how the guy was in house arrest for almost forever? This nonsense I'm hearing, this is so typical of Russian net sphere. where everything is to be believed because Russia has, at least the Russian leadership, has put itself into this whole intriguing mode. And it makes no sense. We have obvious evidence that Medvedchuk had already a fallout with Poroshenko. Poroshenko didn't put him in house arrest, but he had a lot of things confiscated. He lost part of his wealth. Then Zelekoka comes in. We hope that Zelekoka at least would be a bit more amenable. Within a year, he does a 180, and it's even worse because he starts sucking dick from the National Front and Azov people. And then we find out in 2021, in February, that Medvedchuk is in house arrest. So how the fuck is Medvedchuk going to even guarantee anything if he's literally detained? Like, I mean, I'm asking people to at least just like get info. I'm not even asking to believe me. Just get outside, get there, get the info from Ukrainian sources. You're going to see Medvedchuk was a gone project. The Party of Regions, the whole new platform these guys tried to make is gone. The Russian world in Ukraine since 2014 is done. There is nobody there who is going to say, let's deal with Russia, let's unify with Russia. No, the only thing you're going to have when you start doing that is SBU going to your fucking home, putting a bullet between your eyes. But for fuck's sake, they killed their own asset because there were two warring factions within the SBU. Budanov killed one of their better assets, Kirev. They killed him like a fucking dog on the street. And you're discussing about, what Medvedchuk was going to offer to Monkey? I mean, for fuck's sake, people, just like, be serious.
Yeah,
Where a
yes, sir.
lot of problems with the Russian vision of what Ukraine is, for sure. Is the Russian leadership living in another fucking universe when it comes to what Ukraine was and is right now? For sure, I agree with you. But there was no point in believing anything coming from Medvedchuk while the guy was in fucking jail, when they were torturing his ass.
I mean, yeah, the thing is like that lended credence to like the whole, like a lot of like doomers theorizing. This is because like Putin, like they blame like Putin for explicitly demanding like Azov like being exchanged for Medvedchuk, and like people are like, what the fuck, like why exactly Medvedchuk for a bunch of like.
But because once again, why then? It's very simple. If it was that much of a situation, why then not everyone from Azov was liberated? Why we have people that are right now in jail and were just condemned, were coming from Azov?
They didn't have PR value to the Ukrainians.
So this was just for PR, so there was nothing behind it, right? You are just giving the answer yourself. Is it for PR or is it for something else? If it's for PR, once again, Medvedchuk or someone else, it's like saying that they freed Victor Bout because Victor Bout was a huge asset. The guy has been for 12 years, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like just saying.
I'm asking you just to think for 5
yeah,
seconds.
it's definitely like not true. Like those like conspiracies that Abramovich is trying to like convince is gonna like force like Monkey to like return to the grain deal, because like a lot of Russians believe that, and that's like bullshit. But yeah, it's or like that Abramovich is sending like his demand. Yeah,
the problem with the grain deal, once again, the problem with the grain deal has nothing to do with weapons. The problem with the grain deal is that there's interest in that grain deal between Turkey and Russia.
Definitely.
Those interests were that Russia would start getting back some hard cash for both its produce and also for a lot of sales it had made in the year 2022. The Russian Agricultural Bank was cut, and a lot of this money is in fucking limbo. On top of the ammonia pipeline, all that shit. Putin with that thing is just showing to everybody that this war is not something to be pursued as a crusade the way that Ukrainians are doing it. And this is the biggest issue, because a lot of people in Russia is like, what are we doing? Why are you fucking conducting business with the enemy? while we are fucking doing this. But nobody in Russia is complaining that about 22% of Russian exports in petroleum products is still going through Ukraine, and the Russians are getting money for it. Nobody's complaining about that, but suddenly everybody's complaining about Putin trying to make
Yes,
some cash.
it's definitely stupid. It was mainly like the whole like buzzword surrounding that was definitely like possibly part of TIPSO, but yeah. Anyway, like
It has nothing to do with CIPSO. No. Once again, you don't need to mix things. It has nothing to do with CIPSO. It has to do with the fact that a lot of things don't make sense to you and me, but they make sense to the way the Russian state and the Ukrainian state are organized within. This just shows that both fucking entities are very much intertwined. And nobody wants to say this because they're supposed to be fucking mortal enemies in language and in facts. I've been telling this like for now 2 years. People who come like from Western countries trying to explain to you this and that, and nationalists on both sides explain to you that Ukrainians have fucking Hercules grave somewhere in fucking Shitistan, and the Russians say to that Ukrainians have done nothing for Russia. No, guys, we are looking at a fucking very ugly divorce between two nations that are the same. But the problem with this, I'm going to repeat, shouldn't mean that militarily the matters at hand need to be treated like a business. That's the problem that I said ideologically. Putin says something, does something else, and the military needs to fucking square these things while there's a fucking active war, including people who don't give a shit what's between Russia and Ukraine. These problems are some of the most unsolvable riddles of this war, and we can have this discussion day in, day out. I'm going to point you a lot of things that you probably don't know about how things are going. But the issue is the following. Right now, there is a war in the first sense. There are negotiations on the back. There are interests on both sides, so this war doesn't escalate to the point when you're going to start grabbing kids from the street, putting them on the trench, although it has happened and it will continue to happen on the Ukrainian side. The bottom point for one side in this case, for Russia, is to keep Ukraine as it stands, which is a bridge towards the West. The people right now in Ukraine want to keep Ukraine as a basket, a doll basket, so that other people are going to pay for it. This means that the logic of complete opposition toward Russia needs to be preserved. And this is the thing. That's it. On the political side, Zelensky is getting, it has nothing to do with him getting rich out of it, probably yes, but Zelensky is getting his rule written in fucking stone by doing all the wrong stuff. Everything that is meant for his country to survive is being done completely horrendously wrong. And on the other side, you got Putin that is thinking about both Russia as a normal country, although it's not a normal country because they are a fucking war, but also about Russia's economy being untouched and being completely ongoing with this charade of everything's fine, we don't need butter and guns, we just need butter because we have enough guns. This logic is bewildering, and the Russians themselves at some point are going to understand that it's not doable. The problem is that for so far, the Ukrainians are not threatening Russia to the point when a guy like Putin is going to be overthrown. What is happening right now is literally nothing when it comes to Russia. Russia, as it stands right now, except for Crimea and the land bridge, is not a threat. The Ukrainians cannot even think about threatening Russia as it stands. They are killing Russian soldiers in Ukrainian soil, and they're getting their own people killed. That's something else. But right now, I've expressed this so many times. If you think at what's going on, it's Ukrainian getting killed, Ukrainian infrastructure getting destroyed, the Ukrainian land being turned into some kind of wasteland up until the Dnieper. You got these guys living with half of the generated power from 3 years ago. I mean, it's a horror when we're speaking about the territory as developed and as big as Ukraine. But nobody wants to see that. What people are seeing is like Ukraine just took 250 square meter on the fucking asshole for Robotine and then got dropped by a FPV Russian drone. This is what we're doing right now. We're doing bullshit. We are
Yeah,
not.
I know, but yeah, I just have like one more. But yeah, so can you hear me? Hello?
If I may, I just have a very short question for
Yeah, go on.
Tritza. How long do you think this war will go on? When do you think it's gonna be over?
Given, and I think Snake is going to also intervene on that question. Given the way Ukrainians are organizing right now, next year, actually this year is the crunch time, and next year is going to be the resolution time. But if it fails the way we think it's going to fail this year, then 2025 you're going to have an agreement.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so yeah, basically like so the thing is I have not seen.
Just a moment. I'm going to let Snake, and then I'm going to go back to you. Go on.
So regarding Abrams, I have not actually seen any like additional Abrams pledged beyond the 31. This 31 is going to be delivered over the course of the next few months.
Yes.
Delivered in batches of 10, from what I can tell. So again, this is just like basically a toe dipping. This is one battalion or one of these half battalions.
Yes.
The other thing is also I think on Lost Armor there has been I think 186 FPV strikes in 11 days in September, which means we're well on track for over 500.
Yeah.
I mean the interesting contours about this this conflict is like drones have really come into their own because of the lack of density. The general lack of density on the front means that essentially you don't have enough assets to deal with like large numbers of these aerial threats, and you don't really have any frontline air defense either, which is actually very interesting because again, I think Masno posted today his observation is like all the air defense basically relocated to Kiev, and then at the front. Typically you have like one like OSA and like one Gepard like providing air defense for an entire sector. I mean, it's gotten that bad, which suggests to me, like honestly, I'm actually going to be a little more optimistic in that. Essentially, what you will see, as I said last time, like this is going to be a situation like Nagorno-Karabakh, in that the two forces look evenly matched on paper, but just the mass droning, the deluge of droning that's going to happen. Is going to shift the battlefield, especially now that Russia is actually going to potentially, I think, in response to the Ukrainians, they're actually going to start mobilizing again. I think I talked about this with Tretro. I don't know if you talked. I came in late, so I don't know if you talked about this, but it does seem like they're already preparing a dry run, and we're going to see additional call-ups come very soon.
Snake?
Yeah.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, because I lost you. No, but we spoke about it, and I actually, Gammon provided a proof, or at least a start of evidence with the site that liberals had put in place to allow people who want to contest their immobilization through technicalities and stuff like that. And when you see the site, we're already like 60 different technical issues when the attempted mobilized was given his paperwork the wrong way or whatever. Well, I think that's the first step to prove that there is this thing going on. But also, as we spoke together, when you analyze it properly, the contract soldiers, they're completely trained, or at least to the standard that the Russians want, and then swapped towards the front, and then you can have this staged augmentation of troops. As I told you, I think it's 80K because a couple of messages that were exchanged, but it could be even 40. It wouldn't really matter, because as we spoke and as I said multiple times, the bottleneck of training, equipping, and pushing forward troops from the Western allies and also from the Ukrainian army itself with the level of vehicles and assets they have at disposal simply does not allow them to train, equip, and put to the front more than 8,000 people per month, given what they have as assets, unless we had this, I said, unless they want to attack with pickups and wraps, but yeah, that would be suicide.
Well, I mean, even if they do that, I mean, just the level of drone production that we're seeing, FPVs especially, but we're going to see heavier hitters next year. Even that is going to like essentially, even if you have a massive Toyota force, they'll still. I mean, it's extremely vulnerable to these kinds of attacks.
We see also more heavy assets. Even tanks are not completely immune to those, and even shortcuts and even temporary solutions for them don't last long. The Ukrainians tried with a couple of the 14th Brigade and the 21st Brigade. They tried to put jammers on the tanks. Both tanks were lost, I think, 2 days after. Russians are trying now with the new Belorez jammers. We're going to see how it's going to work. But to me, I think most of the time, it's these little critters, and I'm even speaking about bigger threats, are just simply going to hit when it's soft. And this is how you stop an offensive. You don't forcibly attack their hardest glacis. You just take out the soft logistical routes, the guys on foot, the artillery that is completely in the open, mortars, because that's also one thing. The last couple of days, I've seen that what is getting ignored more and more is mortar losses on the Ukrainian side. Mortars allow the Ukrainians on foot to be able to provide fire support for attacking teams towards the trenches. And taking them out makes not only sense, but is also critical to supporting these advanced trenches from the Russian side. So the more the effort on the Ukrainian side is atomized towards foot mobiles plus artillery, the more their advance is going to be slowed down. We spoke about this, and the more the NAS, where they're going to get stuck, is going to be narrower. And I actually posted that on Twitter by saying, like, you can see that the bottleneck is completely forming between Novoprokopivka and Khrushchevka, I think. And you can see it's getting narrower and narrower and narrower and narrower. At some point, either it's going to peter out, and I hope for the Ukrainians it's going to be like that, or they're going to try to force that point, lose a lot more people, and then get completely smashed there. And it's going to be a very inglorious end to the counteroffensive.
There's one last thing. Also, I just want to reiterate, like, one of the main advantages that Russia has is the fact that the West and broadly, and also I suspect their intelligence services have a lagging on understanding where Russian industry is. I mean, you maybe seen the article published a little while ago. They actually predicted Iran production to be 6,000 through 2025, which was actually based on captured documents from like late 2022 from some defector asshole. Mm-hmm. The thing is, again, like, it just shows the extent to which like industrial plans have shifted up dramatically. Like, you're looking at, I mean, 6,000 produced by 2025. I mean, you're looking at perhaps an order of magnitude larger than that. Of very, not just Iran, but like Lancet and FPVs. Like, you're looking at multiple thousands produced per month next year. Like, we're already tracking to this extent based on the orders. Obviously we talked about this.
But
it does seem like
my main issue is that there is a lot of projection as well. I am going to post on Twitter an article that I laughed about in March last year, date of 24th of March 2023, when supposedly a Russian telegram was extremely anxious about the fact that Ukrainians were going to field 50,000 FPVs and make this huge attack on the front. I back then said that that was laughable for me, with the main reason being that FPVs right now are not swarmed. So basically, it's the whole story about bullet rifle shooter, which means
Right.
that one guy can fire one FPV. So if you want those 50,000 at the same time, you need 50,000 drone operators. Of course,
Right.
this was exaggeration, but so that would mean that you would have to have at least 100 operators on the front, but 100 operators on the front, given the very narrow front and the very limited troops being used for every offensive action, it was nonsense. We knew that. I mean, now it's just we're getting the confirmation. However, what we didn't expect, at least what Ukrainians probably didn't expect, is that the Russians would pick up on the FPVs and would literally use that to, first of all, be able to spare their artillery systems, and that I already spoke way before this thing happened, and also the FPVs, okay, not completely replacing my anxious waiting of a parabolic anti-tank system to be used through optical fiber like the Spike or the Almas, but at least it allows multiple shots to be carried by one person, because the FPV plus its charge is going to be about 6 kilos. So you can have into a backpack 3 of them plus a operating control. You just sit on your corner, put the FPV somewhere else, launch it, first shot, second shot, third shot, and you're gone. You don't need to set up a firing position. You can be on the inside most of the times. So the advantages of the FPV over those systems that I was expecting are obvious, but the disadvantages as well, given, first of all, the FPV can still be jammed. You are going to lose a lot of signal once you go too fast towards the ground and once there's a lot of clutter, while a optical fiber system, basically you got your thread, so you're not going to have a big, huge problem given you're always connected with it. And also the biggest challenge for me until now has been that the FPVs seem to be extremely efficient, but also depend on the quality of your operators.
Right.
With a system like Spike or Almaz, the operator per se is a lot less important, because it's a pre-positioned, pre-calculated route towards the target once you see it. So
Right.
you can fail, of course, because humans are fallible, but most of the times you are not going to fail. So the rate of failure for the Azeri troops in Karabakh when they were using the spikes was about 10%, which mostly was due to the fact that the missile goes a lot faster than the FPV there, and it's also not maneuverable at all. But anyway, what I wanted to say is the following, that what you're saying is extremely true, and what is making me completely reconsider the course of the conflict in short distances, so between 5 to 15 kilometers, is that Ukrainians need to solve this riddle. And on that, you're right. If you cannot solve the short distance riddle, imagine if the Russians, as you said, are going to throw 6 to 12 to 18,000 suicide drones of larger size to you, and imagine if they start putting cameras on those. Then you have your worst nightmare, because, and I said it, they don't even need to hit you in Kiev. What they need is to have these loitering vultures between 20 and 120 kilometers, and even if you shoot half of them, the other half is going to make your life miserable. So the whole point here is just to tell you, as you know already, that I'm completely agreeing with you, and the biggest and most important part of this riddle is that they just ignored that Russia could do it. They just wouldn't believe that Russia would put work into making this a war after what happened initially. Now, on the other side, what makes me a bit scared, and I need to admit it, is that Russians also have no qualm about going to the bitter end. And by having this zero qualm, by going to the bitter end, I think, honestly, and it's not like because I'm pro-Russian, in this case. I think honestly, both sides need to start sitting on the table and trying to find a solution that is not going to be satisfactory for all. I think a lot of pro-Russians are not going to be happy with the deal now, but I mean, for the sake of everyone in Europe, I don't consider other sides, it would have to end at the end of this year. Because next year, and you said it better than me, next year a lot of nastiness is going to come. And the West, for multiple reasons, is not able to get into the same posture as Russia because it's not fighting its own war. For the West, at the end, whatever Russia takes, for as long as not the whole of Ukraine, it's still a net victory because it has put Russia back at least 5 to 10 years in terms of demography and I'd say productivity and market space. For the rest, okay. What, 1 million Ukrainians died or were maimed or were lost in the war? If they were so inclined to save Ukraine, they would have stopped this war already and have started negotiations. As simple as that. So,
yeah. But just one very last thing. I'll just be posting a video about basically a Chinese FPV training where they actually, it does seem like they have like image recognition seeking because they're basically doing trap shooting with this little drone. And this is the next step, obviously. You don't need the perfect operator to actually target these things.
That's true. That's true. That's true. And actually, even the Russians tried to tell us that they had this as a plan. This is going to be a very big problem for everyone. On both sides. I'm saying on both sides because first thing that's going to happen is that if this kind of FPV is going to be used, at some point it's going to fail. As you know, most of these FPV units like to show what they're doing. And at some point, they're going to show that they are using this automated or self-sentient system, which would mean FPV is going to get captured. They're going to check for whatever solution is being used and either adopt it themselves or try to suppress it or whatever. But in any case, you're right. The future is going to be automated targeting. And in a sense, it's already there with both the Lancet and the Switchblade 600, although the Switchblade has apparently huge issues in maintaining its maneuverability in the drop, but it's also logical. It's a way heavier system.
I just have a my last
so yeah, King, bro. You were supposed to talk last time, and I'm gonna add Ed and
I just wanted to ask about like IADs.
No, you're not gonna.
Sure.
Okay, Shilka, your turn, and then it's gonna be Ed, given that Ed already spoke. Yes.
Actually, I think you just, when you talked about this in your last space about what should be the next, what could be the next, you said about like ideally maybe, like what I could understand is that maybe they should try taking some part of Kharkov and, threaten Kharkov. Wouldn't it also be better if Russians could also take some part of Sumy region and, if troops and, if attack US doesn't allow Ukraine to attack him in the proper Russian rear?
Well, to be honest with you, that was my idea, Sumy first, because they were making a lot of preparations there. But if you check a map of Sumy,
I think that's it's a bit of forested area, right?
Yes. But it's not that much about the forest area. It's especially where it is. You need to check the roads. Sumy is in between two. It's really a crossroad between Konotop, Chernigov, and then on its direct vicinity, you got Okhtirka, Poltava, and Kharkiv. So the problem with that is that if you attack in Sumy, it's true that you got one main wave that goes straight from Kursk. and then you can spread yourself. And that's why the plan of attack initially last year was not bad to attack both Chernigov, because you would have occupied the whole line, and the Ukrainians would need to, hold the line on a larger strip. But if you make your attack in Sumy itself, and Sumy from the border is like 70 kilometers, not even. You do Suja, Sumy, and then you reestablish yourself around Oktirka, Sajach, Romny, and Konotop, like it used to be. Then the biggest issue with that situation is that you need to start cutting the railroad at Poltava, and you need to start cutting the railroad after Lubutin in Valky, behind Kharkiv. So nothing goes through Kharkiv itself, but you are forcing them to go through Nova Volodara and straight to Kharkiv, and then use the Dergachi highway towards Zolochiv, and then turn towards Sumy. The problem when you do that is that you need to commit a far more expensive force. Why? If you check the distance,
it's pretty big, and
the Sumy-Kharkiv highway distance is going to be 200 kilometers more or less. So if you do that, you have this whole distance that's open on one side, and then you got Sumy to Shotska or Sumy to Konotop. It's another about 120, 130 kilometers. The front that you're going to open there for yourself, it's going to be about 350 kilometers, which is almost twice the front you have right now in Zaporizhia.
Yeah, so this would require, that would like basically require literally building a whole army of more than like 500,000.
Yes, but that's the thing. If you are going to rebuild an army, then it's better. It's easier to completely cut Kharkiv, because you got a lot more interest into cutting Kharkiv, not encircling it, but cutting the direct transfers.
Yeah,
so
and
from Chugui.
If you look at that way, if you can cut Kharkov, then it's almost yours. Almost.
Yeah, not
exactly.
It's not that much. Yeah, but it's not that much almost yours. It's a bit of a difference. In this case, let's say that you're the Ukrainian leadership. Which is most important to you, Sumy or Kharkiv?
Obviously Kharkov, because that's like your main our military area, like MIC.
Perfect. And when you're Russia, what do you think is going to be a bigger bargain chip, Sumy or Kharkov? It's going to be Kharkov. I had this idea in Sumy because they were preparing the ground for it, and we saw some of the images in there, and wasn't really pretty.
But wouldn't it be like better if then? I guess then Monke will have to do a mobilization, and it may not be as popular because he'll have to explain to his population again.
Yeah, but that's the thing is the following. I don't think that the Russians right now. I said it. I don't think the Russians right now need to know what the political solution or definition of the task is. I think the Russians right now need to get more of what the Ukrainians are getting. Ukrainians right now are not getting like, okay, we need to save the state or we need to save the idea of Ukraine. Ukrainians are getting like, we are under genocide, we need to survive. And at the same time, the logic from the Russian side would be to tell everybody within Russia, so the Russian state, okay, these guys are treating us like subhumans. And that's one thing that a couple of guys have started to say. That first of all, Arestovich said that we dehumanized the Russians, so right now they have a reason to fight. Some outfit from London started just the same. Why aren't they surrendering that they used to do? Well, basically because you are treating them trash and killing them in the trenches, so they're going to fight. So this whole process right now that the Russians need to sell to their population, or at least to people they're going to mobilize, is just the exact thing that the Ukrainians are getting in a different sense. So the mobilization process completely, when you compare it to what happened last September when people literally fled, it's not the same anymore.
I think like they have taken measures against it, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, but it's not going to matter if people are not, you can mobilize people, but if these people are problematic at the mobilization, at the formation ground,
then they will be problematic even at the field.
Exactly. So the thing is, right now, you don't have that problem. And you don't have that problem mostly because First of all, okay, there are these images of Russian resistance, which are giving faith back to how the army is. Secondly, there is the Ukrainian propaganda and PR, which has been extremely detrimental to themselves when it hits the Russian public. I mean, we got Danilov saying Russians are Asians and they're not Europeans.
Like you
Danilov
have
said
this our good friends at that side, like Reznikov,
yeah,
Podlyak,
yeah, yeah.
saying them like you are subhuman. You're not even that. You're
Exactly.
orcs.
So this is the thing that I'm saying. So we are a year after. We have different results. Okay, maybe not that much better, but at least it's not Kharkov and Kherson. But most importantly, we are after Wagner, and the post-Wagner era is literally saying to everybody that there is no Robin Hood in this war. There is no army of the people in this war. You are the army of the people. And this logic and the way they are setting these examples. So let's take the ceremony of Alyosha, which was, I'm going to repeat, as a former tanker, was a blunder from Alyosha because he found himself alone while his wingman was a bit on the back. But he still managed to do an absolute extreme feat. And this is the best part of this whole story, is that this guy has just proven to the average Russian that there is no superhuman force behind NATO. And all these stories can be coined. Okay, Russia made them corny because that's the funny thing. I mean, I think we had more success, especially Sura at some point, Surovikin. He's not on the listing list, but he did, I think, more on Twitter to popularize that thing, along with others, of course, than the whole ceremony from Putin, having them at the Kremlin and having the whole ceremony. I thought that was corny. I was robbing these guys from their well-deserved, cold beer and rest. Because that's the thing. Usually, that's how I don't really much like, official ceremonies. What other
Like
people are
also, I
fighting.
think I have a take. I think that then if once they become a PR figures, then you don't want them on front again for the fear that they might die.
Exactly. And that was one of the biggest issues with most of the PR figures during the Great Patriotic War in World War II for Russia, is that the status changes and you have a completely different aspect. But anyway, in most cases, that this mobilization is going to be do or die for the Russians. Is going to happen differently for sure, because right now, even if they are stupid, they would have understood what went wrong the first time. But the most important part, once again, I'm going to repeat, is that they now have a completely different outline from what they had last year. Last year, everything was in dire straits. Kherson was anything but lost. They were having huge issues with stabilizing the front after the loss of Balaklia in June. And then it happened. Mobilization was there. They used a lot of cannon fodder. I'm sorry. I know people are not going to be happy about this, but that's what happened.
I mean, they were basically forced with relatively minimal training.
Exactly. And now it's a bit different. Everybody is agreeing that it's not the same Russian army. And everybody's also agreeing that a lot of waste was done last year. And we hope, or at least I hope, and I'm seeing that it is different this time, that they've learned, and
also I would say that maybe that Air Force has also been surprisingly, quick to adapt. They even came up with, they increased the weapons, which they should increase, UMPKs and all that.
Yep, for sure. But that's also something else. That also means that if you let the soldiers do their own thing because they need it, they're gonna get to a certain result. Maybe the result is not gonna be the one you want,
but at least you will get the thing you will need.
Exactly.
But it wouldn't also tell the failure of the Russian bureaucratic system, or you could say the new Soviet bureaucratic system.
It's how many times are we gonna beat that dead horse? It was horrible.
Sorry, but I think I just revived it.
You know me, I've never said that these guys are perfect. I always said, like, I remember the thread I said that, well, the Ministry of Defense was literally ruining the drone operator system by in the same time letting everybody do their thing, and at the same time, at the end, when everybody had a kind of product, issuing rules and regulations and data that would basically disqualify 90% of these guys.
I think that is a bit of maybe, what do I say? Uh, Maybe it's, unfortunately, like peacetime mentality doesn't go easily.
No. So yeah, the bureaucracy is there. The war makes it worse or better, depends who you are under. Obviously, a lot of better things have happened, but a lot of worse things have happened. For instance, one of the things I'm not seeing almost anymore at the front are the Colpack helmets, but I'm seeing that a lot of purchased helmets from China are popping up more and more. I wanted to make a thread about it. Okay, more and more, it means that I've seen at least around 20. And this is...
So I guess that maybe Russia, and you know what, I have a bit of thought. Maybe I'll say it as a comment of my own and a hot take.
Yeah.
That I think Russia, if it wants to do any kind of offensive, maybe it'll do it the 24, not end, maybe the starting of the summer, if it wants to.
Yeah, but at the same time, that would mean that the Ukrainians would have at least 8 months to prepare. So on that sense, I'm seeing two different problems here. The first is that if the Ukrainians are really in dire straits as they seem to be, then the attack needs to start in earnest. So it should start somewhere in November, not as much as like a full all-out attack, but start threatening some positions that Ukrainians have had uncontested for a while. So basically, the whole Vremsky ledge should be counterattacked and probably coming from Novodonetsk, given that Novodonetsk seems to be absolutely impregnable after 3 months and a half. But the main issue that I'm seeing with all this situation is that it doesn't matter who does what within the Russian leadership, Russian military leadership. Everything seems so opaque and everything seems so vague until things happen, and then you don't know who the hell designed it. For instance, the defensive lines. I had a hard time explaining to a lot of people that the lines weren't bad. They just needed additional work, and also needed that the Russian troops at some point took into consideration the way they were getting attacked, not the way they were planned to getting attacked. For instance, in Robotyne in March, if the Ukrainians didn't make those mistakes of going counter slope immediately, they would have pummeled the position when they attacked for maybe 2 or 3 days, which would have attracted artillery, of course, but at least it would have gone a lot better than it went when they lost the whole attacking party, including people that were freshly out of training from the UK. I remember then Romanov was extremely
like he was dooming basically that time, like how they came so close.
Yes, the line is bad. There are no mines and this and that. And of course, the mines were still to be planted, but the location itself wasn't bad at all, and it proved actually.
But I think I said it because I had a logic that it would be the year where U.S. president's election is going, and like what is the better time to humiliate the U.S. than in its own election?
Yes. I understand you, but the problem is that don't forget the U.S. is also the same guys who literally cut Afghanistan loose after promising these guys they will not go.
That's a big problem, I would say, but unfortunately, war is war.
So that's what I'm saying to you. America, you can trust them as far as you can throw them. And this is my problem with it. So you can maybe try and humiliate them. It works. And suddenly Biden says we're going to help and makes it a campaign topic and doubles down. And maybe you have intervention. Or you are right and Biden is completely dejected in his strategy in Ukraine. And he pushes Zelekova to negotiate.
But I think that would require a bit on timing and how the US electorate reacts to it.
Yeah, of course. Okay, thanks, Shuka. Next, because I know that we like discussing. Go on, Snick.
Yeah, I mean, I found something I just like retweeted, but it's interesting. There's couple of women from Donetsk. They actually went to China to basically directly to buy drones and EW equipment, and there was a short interview with them, but apparently it's interesting because some of the things they say are kind of like, well, everything's much cheaper if you go from the source directly, and really, like, honestly, this is what Russia should just do, just like set up like fucking front companies in China to just import shit. I mean,
Yeah, but
directly.
that's what they try.
And there's and also I think one of the women is the wife of a DPR colonel, and it does seem like there's some high level sanction or some high level support on the Russian government side for these kinds of trips. So I hope we see more of this stuff.
Yeah, for sure. But you remember we had the discussion about companies that were set up like in April 2022 and started passing orders for a lot, and then suddenly this year, the Americans found out, basically because the same companies had import forms filed within the Russian customs. But yeah, the thing is the following: if we are going to go there, and I think we are going there, my biggest issue with that is that then the Russians need to appreciate the relationship that China afforded them these last 2 years a lot more. I'm not saying that they should be getting to this marriage of reason, but the Chinese don't seem to have much trouble giving everything except weapons, which means that they can get a lot of subcomponents if they can come up with a system or with a design that they can build from scratch from dual purpose goods. And they've already done it, because once you check the Lancet is literally RC project. Okay, the UE behind it, the programming and the control system is different, but it's literally a hobby engine from the Czech Republic, but also from China. A carbon fiber initially, but now it's a glass fiber body, and then all the rest is like hobby electronics. When it comes to the Shahid production, now the geraniums, and we had this post about the fact that they're using these Cometa wafers, Cometa control plates. That's one thing that we both know. Russians aren't stupid. It's not some backwards country. The issue is, and we are asking this, why is Russia making it so complicated for people to actually do something about this war in terms of both efficiency but also lethality? Because since and you pointed out that the picture with all the known strikes from FPVs, they are already almost 200 in 11, 12 days. Like, God damn it. And I made the account. If they're at 500 at the end of the month, and if they take out two person for each strike, we are looking at 1,000 guys KIA or as casualties. And this adds a layer of attrition to the Ukrainian forces that, of course, wasn't there before. But most importantly, is going to be precise, because this is one of the things, the complaint that I hear from a lot of people. You can see the Russian artillery. If it's not Krasnopol, most of the time it's like approximative. Well, that's the thing. For within 5 to 10 kilometers, the FPV is going to be way better than artillery, way better than anti-tank system. But where I'm a bit more concerned, and let's say it as this, when I see the Chinese test, the first thing that they did, they installed a gimbal. We spoke about it in private. The Russians have these drones for now a year and a half. And of course, there's the Izdelia 54 coming that is supposed to have a gimbal, but it's too slow. I'm sorry, on that aspect alone, it is too slow. Especially as at the beginning, they had a couple of Shahids with an embarked camera on the fuselage. Probably a lot to do with the way how the Kub, because that's the funny thing, the Kub suicide drone works the same. They have this onboard camera with a lidar that sees where more or less the target is. At the moment, they are more or less on the dive point. They can start diving, and this is something that I'm like, why doesn't it happen? Why is it so complicated for the homemade Shahid to have more or less the same system? Of course, the coups are not always precise or efficient, but they also have a charge of about 1 kilogram worth of explosive. If you put a 20, 30, 40 kilograms, as with Shahids, it doesn't matter if you miss 1 meter, you are head on, or you miss for 5 meters, the damages are going to be far more considerable. So this is also one thing that I always want to say. Sometimes they're fast, sometimes they're slow, but you don't have this consistency sometimes. And this makes me a bit worried. Not that much for the long term, but for the short term in case of adaptation, because it seems just like it's depending, as you said, on people who want to do things and not a systemic change. And this is, I think, is the main issue that Russia needs to solve.
Well, I do think there is something systemic change because, again, like the reason why I got my friend telling me that there does seem to be a very large drone build out in Russia is because the Russian military is directly ordering, like placing large orders for semiconductors directly from fabs. So it's like this is changing on a systemic level, and even the trip with these two women going and buying parts from China directly. Like that does it. The person who's actually broke the news, I mean, does seem to just suggest that there is some high level backing behind it. So there is change. It's just a lot of it has to still remain hidden. Because obviously, I think I told you like, the one main advantage that Russia's had throughout this conflict is the West is just lagging behind by 6 to 12 months in understanding what Russian industry is, right? So they're just unable to respond to new developments in a timely manner.
Yeah, no. In the sense of the systemic is like maybe there's been a decision, but that decision still relies on how proactive the guy is going to be. You know what I mean? And that
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.
that is still a lot of garbage that needs to be still clean. And yeah, after all, if you have such a huge behemoth starting to change, even a small change is going to make a huge difference. That's for sure. No, I agree with you. Okay, guys, we are now at our friends from. We have. Let's start with King, Gone King, and then it's going to be Elon Musk.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to bring something up with regard to artillery. I mean, we are all talking like range, like saying rocket-assisted projectile has like 40, 30 kilometers range. But I mean, isn't the issue more precision when it comes to counter battery? I mean, if you're looking at the rocket-assisted projectile at 30 to 40 kilometers, don't you have like a CP of like 300-400 meters, meaning you basically need multiple rounds to hit a small object like enemy FPG. So you need multiple guns, and also you have like, let's say, a delay in which the enemy vehicle can either get out or can hit you back, like with an Excalibur, which is one hit, one kill. So is it even feasible to target these long-range systems, even if you have the range, as long as you don't have like a precision-guided projectile with the range? Because as far as I know, there is no guided projectile for the Tion, and the rocket assist mode makes it even worse in some cases. Isn't that the case?
Well, the thing is that apparently even the most staunch detractors of the Russian military, you had this discussion with Belarusian Silovik, he noticed that there is counter battery finally. I'd rather say that there was always counter batteries. The issue is that the Ukrainians themselves are not using their guns straight up the front. When they're using them on the front, they get hit in a way or another. What is going on, and unfortunately this needs to be addressed, it cannot be avoided, is that a lot of so-called counter battery, because actually it's not counter battery, but a deep strike threat is coming from HIMARS, which is only going to be countered, but right now, but by finding them and allowing Smerch or Tornadoes to hit them in a way or another, because that's the range they operate from. Or then they have to be extremely lucky, and a Zala crew is going to nip them. But when it comes to the damage it's caused, and you know that, King, a lot of destruction of artillery on the Russian side has been done by longer range systems. It's just take a boxing match, put a guy who's 2 meter tall and a guy who's 150. The guy with 2 meter tall is gonna have a range advantage, and that's what's gonna happen. The smallest guy maybe is gonna land 1 or 2 blows, but most of them is gonna be the bigger guy hitting him from a distance. And even if he misses or it's a half hit, it's a done deal. That's why I want to tell everybody, like, indeed, HIMARS now is becoming a real problem when it comes to frontline and near frontline assets. It not now, it has been a problem since the beginning, but they're using it tactically. But to that, basically, you have nothing to oppose. Like, the only thing that the Russians are doing now to save artillery for when they need to hit close by, it's FPVs, and it's working. I'm sorry, it's working. Okay, sometimes like Tulipan hit, that was bullshit. It is what it is, but it's working, and you can discuss it as much as you want. It's for now stopping the Ukrainians from doing anything. One of the things they're starting to miss right now, and that is due to the solution that the Ukrainians found to the vehicle carnage that the helicopters were committing, is that they just do not drive as much. And they drive in areas when they know the helicopters are not going to come close, because the multiple issues that were faced after the 2 first months. And one of them is the fact that Ukrainians have gotten some Starstreak units and some RBS units, both of them being almost passive missiles. And there is they are not fire and forget, so you can even follow the helicopter if he tries to disengage by popping flares. Given that you are guiding missile like it is an ITGM, it's a lot more complicated. And we saw them miss as well for the Starstreak. We saw them miss in a wonderful way, because they were aimed, probably in my opinion, from a extended range, which means that they were very difficult to aim at with the provided individual sight. So yeah, it is what it is. Both sides have different strengths and weaknesses, and it is true that there should be more artillery, or at least a solution must be found. But in this case, on both sides, the problem is not as much artillery, it's more the means of striking and the means of detection. And on that, Russians have gone pretty well. They have gone beyond what they were able to do early on in the war. But unfortunately, the advantage provided by the Americans right now to the Ukrainians is still very much true for the first line, the 10, 15 kilometer line, and the 30 kilometer line. Beyond that, it's just a matter of above ISR, and that it's not always in the advantage of the Ukrainians, but the Ukrainians like to show a lot more.
Yeah, of course, I was aware of the asymmetry and the HIMARS system. But what I was referring to was earlier in the case when you said that the Theon, because of its extended range,
Yes.
And of course, HIMARS out of the question. But I mean, you have between ranges, you have the jump projectiles or rocket projectiles. You have also an exit mission. I mean, you're spreading like in a 300-meter circle. So hitting on the first, second, or even third shot is hard. And by that time, you take the crosses, you take the Excalibur to the face, don't you? I mean, at these ranges, with the simple technical limitations and the threat you have, is counterfactually even feasible, as you said? How's that going to work?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But the solution right now, the quick, honestly, short-term solution would be what they thought in advance, which was a multi-canister Lancet launcher with a vehicle that would be mobile and a vehicle that would literally park into a garage once the Lancets are sent, and that would solve the main problem right now, which is you saw with at least one of the Lancet teams lost. You have this huge caravan, and with the catapult, the towing vehicle, and then the ground control vehicle. It's 3 vehicles in one. And one of the problems is literally the catapult and the air pressure. If you do this differently, and you literally have this multi Lancet launcher, well, it's very simple. Once you basically kick them out of the system, you go and park somewhere completely beyond the launch point, within a couple of meters or more, and then you just sit there until you can strike with the system. The thing is, they need the sky saturation. They need to bring the threat to these HIMARS teams. They need to bring the threats to these artillery teams on the other side. And sometimes it was like that. We saw a couple of crabs literally hit by multiple Lancets while also being controlled by multiple 421s. So yeah, no, it's possible. It's not the first time, but it needs to be solved back further for the HIMARS as to deny them their freedom. Because let's be honest, it's only 30 launchers. If for some reason they crack the code for this situation and then can hit even 5 out of these 30, suddenly you start freaking out if you're American, because you enjoyed the total impunity. I think that a couple of them were still damaged or destroyed early on because Ukrainians made some stupid mistakes. But at the end of the game, yes, we don't have any evidence, so Americans can always claim invincibility. But the moment you have this shit flying and hitting you, even if your vehicle is damaged, that the game changes, because suddenly, one, the problem is they found you. 2, the problem is they have the assets to hit you. And this is what I think is going to be the best aspect of both the Lancet, but also the Pisderie 54 that's coming up. Okay, Elon Musk, it's your turn, and then I'm going to add.
Hello from Moscow. I'm using a new microphone headset. So I hope I can be heard okay. Hello, Tweetro. Hello, King. Nice to hear your voice, King. But my question, I'll provide some context, has to do with conscription. As late October next month, Russia is implementing new rules, closing many pathways to citizenship. There's no more citizenship through marriage to a Russian. You must have a child, so simple marriage will not be acceptable. Highly skilled specialists like me, IT specialists or English teachers, will no longer have that pathway to citizenship. And also, people who obtain citizenship, that citizenship can now be revoked if you have committed or participated in acts of terrorism, and there's no time limit to that. So it doesn't matter how far back you did it, you can be revoked. So with that in mind, I'm working with the lawyer to get residency and citizenship. And I told them I don't have a fear of military conscription, but a lot of Russian young professionals that I talk to every night at social events do. They're afraid to even travel because they're out of the country, because if they're traveling out of the country, they may be presented with conscription papers. How realistic is that fear? I mean, do you feel like there will be another mass conscription anytime in the next 6 months? Thank you so much, and good to hear you.
No problem, man. I think that the chance is high. I think the chance is high for one main reason, because as I put in the previous space, whatever happens within 45 days, I do not see Ukraine making any gain. I may be very wrong. Once again, but I want to say I don't see Ukraine make any gains that would, first of all, force the Russians to parry like last year. But most importantly, once Ukraine is stopped, I don't also not see Ukraine stopping the war. This is the main problem. It's one thing to stop their counteroffensive, but it's one thing also to stop them from willing to fight. And there, Ukrainians are not willing to stop this fight. They are not willing to stop getting their asses stomped. The problem we have with Ukraine right now is that they have only one goal, and this goal is going as deep as possible into positions occupied by the Russians in order to force an outcome. So be that breaking the Crimean Bridge, having the Russians vacate positions, and so etc. So the problem is that not as much as you're going to defeat their counter, the problem is that you cannot defeat their appetite for war. And in order to defeat that appetite for war, even a mock conscription might do a lot more damage, because suddenly, and you can see that in a couple of boards right now, a couple of people around Twitter saying, oh, they have millions of people, they're going to throw them at us. And that's the thing. If this is what it would take, I think the Russians are going to do it. They are going to do even a mock conscription, just to say, people, you see, guys, you want to keep going, we're going to keep going. And at the end, we're going to be a lot more than you. So this is what I'm fearing a lot more than a real military option, is that given that Ukrainians want to go on, the Russians are going to get stuck in this situation when they need to one-up the Joneses, or one-up the Zelenskys in this case. Which means that, okay, you're going to mobilize, you're going to keep going, we're going to keep going as well. And this is in order to get to the same point where the Ukrainians are going to be next year, which is whatever is going to happen now and in the spring, we're going to find itself in June with a very depleted Ukrainian military when it comes not to the assets, but when it comes to the troops. And then suddenly, everybody's going to discover there are negotiations. But in order to go there, the Russians would need a policy insurance, an insurance policy. In this case, would be at least, as I said, a mock mobilization. Now, the biggest issue that we have is that, once again, the military can still tap on the inmate population, and that can still bring them about 30 to 40,000 inmates. The biggest problem with that is that they created this Wagner myth, which these Storm Z detachments are not completely equating, which means, once again, that it's going to be a lot more complicated than it used to be last year. But for the mobilization, from what we're seeing and from what is being done, to me, it makes literally makes no doubt that the Russians are going, even in case of a mock mobilization, just to be sure that Ukrainians get the message, are going to commit that. How much, how long, who, what are the lists? A lot of people right now are especially on the Ukrainian side, are making these fake posts that between 400,000 and 700,000 people are going to get conscripted. I don't believe that this is true, because the announcement has always been made by Putin himself. On that aspect, I'm really sorry, but Vladimir Putin has always had the balls to go in front of his nation and say, okay, guys, now we're going to start. But the reality is that from what we are seeing, the groundwork is being laid out. And how it's going to pan out, once again, I don't know. If we have to be completely believing the Russian military, then indeed they're going to augment the contract soldiers with at least twice the number of mobilized. So we are looking at minimum 300,000 people that need to be going to the front. So yeah.
I'm on plus.
Yeah, go on, Ed.
Okay, I was listening, so I know I spoke before, but a few
Kremlin,
thoughts.
it's going to be your turn after, man.
So regarding the AI and the self-targeting thing, I think they are taking their time because they need to make it like work perfectly, because you have still a lot of hardware on the Ukrainian side, which is common, like T72, maybe the T64. I know it's not the same, but looking for map, the details, and I don't know how specific the camera or the intelligence, can be, like and BMPs, and I don't know, 2S1 or 2S3 or whatever they got of Soviet heritage or gifted from the Eastern Europe, So they need to think it, well, otherwise they're going to end up like the VVS, which most people don't know, but maybe more than half of the losses were from friendly fire of
Yes, I know exactly what you mean. But the advantage in this side, and it's going to be short, the advantage in that sense is that you are looking down and you can lose it. So on that aspect, I agree with you. And both sides have been extremely straight up when it comes to detection and identification, especially Ukrainians, who have put almost everything. I mean, remember, we had this joke, thank God they put this white cross because we didn't know where to aim. And on that part, but where I agree with you is that what I think they're taking their time for also the fact that once you perfect the algorithm and you perfect the detection, you also need to find how cheaper you can make it. Because if you check how complicated, when the first Lancet was taken apart in September 2022, and when the last Lancet was taken apart in June 2023, and when the Ukrainians suddenly started screaming, "Oh my God, they replaced parts in there, they're Chinese parts now, it costs like half of what it used to cost." I'm like, yes, what did you think? And there was also a reason, because a lot of parts were from the European Union for the first Lancet. I said check engine, a couple of chips were from Germany, circuitry was from Germany and Austria. So of course those things were going to change. Now the problem with this case is that I agree with you. I think it's both a case of cost, but also a case of functionality. If such a system is going to work at least 80% of the time, honestly, I would be very glad. Why? Because 80% of the time, it means that if you get them out for a strike mission and the air is clear, you can count on 80 strike missions, 64 targets destroyed. 100 strike missions, 80 targets destroyed or affected or damaged, depends how you want to judge it. So the thing with this, the following, I'm agreeing with you, it's better for now to have it perfect because you somehow have the tools to still be in the game and make it a real, sorry to speak about a meme, a real game changer, than press something because you need something and you end up with a lot of things that happen, especially with the Cornet D, which apparently was a big issue. And I'm speaking about the vehicle, not the missile. A big issue because there were a lot of confused signals from the vehicle and so on, etc., etc., etc. But yeah, I agree with you. We don't want to have the same situation we had with the Russians don't want to have the same situation they had with the Orion, which was introduced in fanfare, did a couple of good strikes, and then suddenly started falling on its own, or was in two cases at least shot by its own troops. So yeah, over Mariupol, the Orion that fell on the tree, that we saw the image very, very late, was shot by an OSA IKM from the Russian side because they didn't understood exactly what the flying object was, so they made a -1 for themselves.
They shut down even 30s and 35s bands. So
yeah, but even the Muajir, they shot it down twice. Apparently both lost Muajirs are not from Ukrainian army, but they were shot down from the Russians. So
yeah, figure it out. But the HIMARS, which is the real threat, as you said, either they get them by spies and they try to break the network and how it's working, which I think the American have done something there. And the other thing is to do the Lancet. Hello?
Yes, I'm still there.
To do not the Lancet, the Geran, like the Harop.
Yeah,
finally.
Exactly. The 54.
Yeah, there's a problem. Either you do it with artificial intelligence or you do a data link thing. But with the data links, I know they have some problems now. And the last point regarding stopping the war, I think how can they do it? They must go the linebacker Curtis LeMay way, like bomb all the way. How was it? And sort of what Surovikin did last year with the strikes. But maybe this time they adopt something like all these big supersonic anti-ship things they have. I mean, not the K-22, what is that?
Yes, but 22, 33. 32, yes.
Yeah, if they go with adaptation of granites or the SS N12s were from the Slava, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
So that would make a big damage, and then if you hurt them into the infrastructure with the war depletion of people that are dying and everything, maybe they sit down. But Joe Biden is gone, man. I heard you mentioning him before. That guy, they are taking him off. I think it's coming, the California guy or whoever is coming, but...
Yeah, no, that's the thing. But it's not going to change much. Even if Brandon is gone, the only way to force the Americans to go down is either to humiliate them in such a way, like happened with Afghanistan. But what happened with Afghanistan was a 20-year war, which they weren't winning. In this case, I don't think anyone wants a 20-year war in Ukraine, because if the losses keep going and we are to what Americans said so far, it would mean that killed alone, we're going to see about 1,400,000 Ukrainians dead. And if you take the better killed wounded ratio, it would mean over 4 million people as casualties.
Americans, it's, the Atlantic in the middle, so they don't care that much. But if the public opinion there is getting overwhelmingly against the war, then they will pull out support. I think that's only the thing.
I agree with you, but
it's getting unpopular every day, I think.
Let's hope for the sake of Ukrainians, because otherwise, as I said, I cannot see at least the current Russian leadership willing to yield anything. So
no, they cannot, because if they back off, they are nobody wants pussies in power in these areas.
Exactly, you know it, I know it. So in this case, we are going towards a crossover. Let's say it like this. Kremlin, your turn. No problem. Kremlin, your turn.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I had some issues earlier. I dropped. And then I rejoined.
No problem.
I wanted to ask a couple of questions. Like, one of them is, initially I dropped off when the conversation was about tanks, so I really wanted to ask that part. So I know the Russians still have a lot of these T-54, T-55 tanks. I mean, obviously some people are going to be like, oh, but they're old tanks, blah, blah, blah. I mean, end of the day, they modernize them. Like, even Ukrainians prior to the war, as you guys probably know, there have been 100,000 T-55s produced throughout time. 80,000 of them were produced in the Soviet Union. And I think Russia still has definitely over 10,000 of those. Like even the Ukrainians were, they were modernizing a lot of these and were actually selling them. One of the factories, I think, was actually in Kharkov. They rebranded them as the M55 or MM55S, something like that. I mean, obviously these guys can still take those tanks. End of the day, as you were saying, like the difficult part of building a tank in the end, if you think about it, is actually creating the hull and all that part. That's actually requires a lot of skill, manpower, and it's not that easy. I mean, obviously modernizing also takes time, but end of the day, you're just like replacing parts within the tank, right? And then adjusting them. It's basically pimping it out. So, but also like, do you guys feel like the role of the tank has pretty much changed in on the battlefield? It's not like what people were expecting. Right now it's mostly to kind of like, I would say in a lot of situations it's sort of a more like a close range artillery type of thing to break through some fortifications. You obviously don't go into cities with them.
But that's actually the thing. If you see why the tank, how we know it after the World War II was created, was literally because of the, I'd say, failure / success of the breakthrough tank. The Tiger owes most of its fearsome reputation to the fact that it was a very mediocre breakthrough tank. It was supposed to break through a lot of minefields, defenses, take a lot of hits, and then dish a lot of damage. At that role, it failed almost immediately. Like the first tank was extremely resistant, but it got bogged down. It couldn't get beyond the swamps in Leningrad. It was captured. Another one was captured also in North Africa, and so on and so on and so on. However, that tank, in the role of a mobile pillbox, was perfect. It could let as much as you wanted Russian and Soviet tanks actually come at it, Western tanks, for as long as it wasn't seen, as long as it wasn't in a position to get hit, it would dish so much damage. And the whole point with Whitman's tanks, that is always taken like the grail of the tank combat in World War II, was the fact that it was in such a position it could dish damage, take damage without actually being really threatened. Now, the tanks since then have this triad of firepower, mobility, protection, based on the fact that they are supposedly, at least on the Soviet side, where they were supposedly both support vehicles for the infantry. Therefore, they had their high explosive rounds. They were also supposed to go toe-to-toe with whatever tank they would find, and that's what they had initially, the anti-tank rounds and then the high explosive anti-tank rounds. But also, they would be possible to be used, in the Soviet case, as mobile fortifications. And so a lot of people are, when they come to the matter of the T-55, T-54, I've served with a variant of those. The problem with that is that when you have this discussion about what's the value of the tank I'm seeing, most of the guys are looking at the wrong examples. When you see the Leopard right now hasn't done anything to merit its reputation. It has been a victim of its reputation. The T-90M has been in this war for now 19 months. A couple of them have been lost, but the tank have been taking damage, dishing damage, being mobile, being immobile, helping in defense, in assault, and the main issue that the tanks have, and they always had that, is awareness. The tanks have very, very limited awareness around them, and therefore they need to be augmented. Both sides are using drones to control the surroundings of the tanks, but it doesn't guarantee a survival. It doesn't guarantee the same efficiency every time, because these drones first are limited, and secondly, most importantly, they are being used for tasks that other vehicles cannot do. So when you see tanks, and we had that, I want to take the clip that the Ukrainians produced about 2 tanks supposedly firing at Russian positions around Prokopivka. In fact, what they were doing was demining the approaches to the trenches by gunfire and by rollers. And you could see that at the beginning of the clip, they run over a couple of anti-personnel mines, and you could see the explosions. And what those tanks were doing is literally making sure that the trenches around the city were empty, and they started to get targeted by both Lancets and ATGMs. That task normally should not be done by the tank. It should be by demining vehicles, RVs, and sapper troops on other vehicles. The situation is that the tank right now, being the most heavily armored, the most resistant vehicle, is forced to do anything because the lower echelon armored vehicles are simply not resistant enough. So in fact, the role of the tank has completely exploded in this war, given that it is the most resistant and still inadequate tool for the job, but given the explosion of threats, and I said to this, the threats attacking the tanks right now is the same for the BMPT, are so high. Before you had a couple of types of threats, and in asymmetric logic, you would have ATGMs, RPGs, mines, IEDs, and maybe some drones. Now, the minimum threat you have is IFPVs with RPG heads attacking you from above, which means at your least protected area. And to stop them, you need to put like huge bed frames or cope cages or slat armor cages on top of them, which are going to further reduce your visibility. They're going to further reduce your exit and ingress in the tank. They're also going to create more problems with the employment of the onboard equipment, which sometimes can be your heavy machine gun. Given that you have to install this monstrosity of overhead protection, you cannot aim too high. You sometimes gonna get blocked if you are having these pillars at the wrong side, etc., etc., etc. The biggest problem that we are having right now, as I said, is that the tank's role has not been gone. It's still there. It's very important. And at some point, I'm going to say you are better off with a T-55 than we are with a Boxer, or that we are with a MRAP. However, the main issue of the tank right now is that the whole generation was thought for a war, which was more or less two-dimensional for the tank. Now you have a problem that is, in my opinion, three-dimensional. Why is it three-dimensional? Because before you had the threat from above and the threat from the parallel ground. Now you have a threat when it comes to tanks, given that you have more and more systems on board. The electronic warfare is also hitting you. Before, okay, you would lose your communication module and so on. But given the fact that a lot of your awareness is coming from overhead drones that are not integral to your tank, but they rely on another team, you are losing right now a completely different, I'd say, support that suddenly you discovered, and it can be gone in a blink of an eye. And this thing for the tank, and for every vehicle actually, is so aggravating with the situation, because not only you cannot communicate, if you see something, you can just not say everybody else, oh, I'm seeing something, please confirm that it's our guys, or whatever it is. Suddenly, the side that is having your back with the drone is going to just be a spectator of your downfall, because suddenly cannot communicate, you're going to lose you. But to wrap this up, the tank actually, instead of losing its role, it's becoming the go-to tool, not because it is a tank, but because it's the most armored vehicle, the most resistant vehicle you're going to have. And therefore, that's why my friend said, what about the BMPT? The BMPT is a very resistant vehicle, gets a lot of damage, dishes a lot of damage, but needs to be repaired fairly often because it's always at the contact. With the tanks, it's almost the same thing. The difference is that they got attacked a lot further, a lot less resistant on different angles, so from the rear, from the sides, from the top. And overall, the biggest situation is that the firepower the tanks have is still very much necessary and necessitated. Therefore, that's why you see the Ukrainians use the Leopard ones, but also capture T-62s, and also probably is going to come to capture T-54s. Overall, the firepower and the armor of the tank, even when it's not up to the task against other anti-tank weapons, is still above whatever protection can be offered by infantry fighting vehicles or APCs.
Thanks. One more question I wanted to ask is regarding mobilization. From what Putin said, they have already been doing some sort of silent mobilization, things like that. So I'm pretty sure. I mean, I think they could actually reach a larger number by the end of the year if it's kind of like he says that, every day over 1,000 people are joining. Maybe they can kind of I would say, kind of promote this sort of put out these numbers about Ukrainian losses. Because if you think about it, okay, number of people, but it also, it's very important the quality of the people, right? Like the average Russian, I hate it when the people use the word conscripted, because conscripted basically means you have no prior military experience. You're just basically the vast majority of the Ukrainian population. These guys are getting conscripted. They haven't done any military service, anything, right? Whereas in Russia, every year, there are two waves of people that basically get conscripted, and they have the military. What's it called, training that is at least 1 year, depending on the role, if I'm not mistaken. So they basically produce 240,000 so people with some sort of military preparation, right? 1 year of military preparation. That is more than whatever Ukrainians are going to get, right? And even after that, after, let's say, they will be mobilized to come to the battlefield here in Ukraine, they still get several months of specific preparation according to what's done currently in the war zone. I mean, we've seen that with the 300,000 that were mobilized. A lot of these guys, even though the mobilization started late September, right, and these guys didn't show up there until, what was it, late December, early January, and some of them even later. So they went through some serious retraining and such. Don't you think that the Russians could pretty much kind of how should I put it? Get people to join easier by actually presenting this sort of fact and the numbers that the situation, initially in the first phase of the war, there were Ukraine had a lot of battle hardened soldiers in there with experience and such, right? But a lot of those guys basically were taken out last year, and especially around Mariupol and some of these regions, right? And now what they currently have in terms of manpower are guys that have several weeks, maybe a couple of months of training. Whereas for the average Russian who already has 1 year of training, he's sort of experienced already. And if you come to the battle zone, you already will get training from guys who already fought, right, for several months, 1 year, and there, so they can actually give you hands-on, proper tips and such on what to do. So wouldn't that be more encouraging? Because in the long run, Ukraine will not be able to, even if they mobilize 1 million people, 2 million people. Oh, that chick's hot. Even if they mobilize 1 million people or so, 2 million people, they won't be able to train them properly. It's just gonna be some shit show, right? And in the end, there's going to be this huge discrepancy in terms of loss.
Well, there are two things. I'm gonna. Sorry, I'm interrupting you. There are two things. The first thing is that I'm gonna tell you, I did almost 2 years. I would never pretend that if I get called today by whoever military, France or Albania, I will be up to the task right away. And refreshers and training and so on, I don't believe in those. Not because I'm stupid. But one of the things you cannot tell someone who has been living a civilian life even for 5 years after his military service is to break that pattern and tell him bro, tomorrow you're going to somewhere when the guys who are shooting at you are gonna kill you.
Obviously, like I think that's pretty much normal for every human being.
Yeah, of course, But I'm saying with what I'm saying with that is that you can always have patriotic gung ho people willing to do it. But I need to tell you my own perspective here. Within the last 19 months, given what I'm seeing, how the war is going, I'm not going to say that I have this feeling to go to Donbass. No. But I'm saying like, yeah, I asked myself, what if, can I cut it? Honestly, I'm gonna tell you, and people can call me a coward or whatever. I don't think I'm gonna cut it the way I thought at this before it started. Why? Because a lot of the knowledge that I have for like military style and so on will not change much when it comes to actual execution. Um, a lot of these people on both sides had no prior real military experience, and they had to learn on the job on both sides. What happens is that on top of it, you need to have a support system. On that one, the Russian support is generally worse off. Listen to this. I know you people are not going to be happy. It's generally worse off at the state level. So basically, okay, they're going to get trained, there's a structure and so on. But once you get on the field, the overarching communication system and all the thought process that goes behind it is a lot more prevalent and a lot more reliant on what the people do on the ground. On the Ukrainian side, and this is one of the things that people are not going to be agreeing with, but I am seeing it and I don't need your approval. Much of the tasking, much of the mission-oriented tasks that need to be undertaken are done by someone else. And I'm going to tell you why. About 2 months ago, one Krapiva is a tablet when they have this battle management system. The balance management system, and I showed actually it was this fucking video, how the guy lost it. The guy was hit, I think there was an attack in either Rabudin or Bahmut, I'm not sure. Their M113 got hit, they dismounted, they were completely in a haze, they didn't know whose unit was there. Both Ukrainians were asking to each other, who are you exactly? The guy was supposedly being commanded, started giving orders, no orders were followed. Then he sat, opened his tablet, and started pressing buttons and having this task completely rewinded. We don't know what happened to this guy, but we have this tablet. And also we have his GoPro camera, so basically not something nice happened to him, or at least if he forgot those belongings. When the guys opened it, they saw something that a lot of the plan given to these people to execute was already wargamed and prepared elsewhere. These things, I'm not saying that it's normal occurrence. I think those units that were engaged initially in Rabotine had plans that they probably hadn't rehearsed properly themselves. There were plans done by somewhere else. In this case, it's a lot like the plans that were made for the troops that attacked initially Ukraine. However, the plans were clean, and that's one of the things that was pointed out. The ideas behind them were very smart, but they relied on the execution. The issue that we're seeing here is that you can have a magnificent idea. I can make as much plans as I want, but if the guys on the ground cannot understand them, support them, and also have the will to fight or die in order for that plan to be executed, it's not going to get anywhere. And this is the problem that is happening with Ukrainians. A lot of these guys are getting formed, getting equipped, getting sent there with a NATO stamp. What happens is that when they try and do their thing, it fails because lack of experience, because also lack of communication. A lot of units were also complaining about that. So it's not only a Russian problem. When in the Russian side, on the contrary, when you hear the guys talking, they say right away, we need to prepare the assault situation ourselves, which is that most of the time the assault situation, when it fails, it has to do with an imperfect awareness of the area. But most of the times it get to some point, and this is what we saw in Kupiansk around Sinkivka. For as long as the troops were doing their own little sideshow, it worked. And then Ukrainians had to put troops to stop them. On the Ukrainian side, what I'm seeing right now, they are being sent to places when I'm not really sure they understand what's going on. And I really have this feeling that I'm seeing what I saw Russians doing last year, I'm seeing the Ukrainians doing this year. And on that, that is my idea, is that you can have whoever you want, even the stupidest or the smartest guy, if you don't see eye to eye with them regarding what you want to do, you cannot have the solution about, okay, our guys have 1 year of experience, whatever. I personally, a lot of times with the Ukrainians, especially in the Rabotin area, I completely disagree with whatever they're doing. Because whatever gain they are boasting, those are literal meters. So that means that if at some point they don't have the artillery to support them, they don't have the tanks to support them, or whatever, they get pushed their shit down, they're going to lose within a couple of days what they took months to achieve. So, and this we saw exactly what happened in Kupiansk last year, in Izium last year, in Balaklia last year. Russians crept forward so hard, and then suddenly everything was lost in a couple of days. And this is what I'm getting to. These people have more means to communicate between them. They have a lot more supplies. They were a lot better prepared, at least on the mental state, than the guy who's a Mobik who suddenly leaves his family, gets displaced somewhere in southern Caucasus, gets his training for about 4 to 6 weeks. It is good, it is bad, doesn't matter. He gets shipped, and suddenly the first contact with the war he has, he just got out from the truck, going into his dugout, and suddenly got Ukrainians with a flurry of shit throwing at them, advancing, and what happened? Where's the experience that these guys had in order to face this onslaught? The reality is, as I said, both sides have experienced people mixing with new guys, and there's where your blending and your difference is made. And so far, I'm very sorry to say, but Ukrainians have a huge problem between existing units and new units. And also have a huge problem with adapting to what they receive and what they need to do. The Russians had the same thing last year. And this has to do with the fact that attack, offense in this war, at this point, given everything that we know, is extremely complicated. The only way to have a durable, long-term, straightforward success is to accept losses, which is the huge part of this discourse. Both sides are having issues with losses. Both sides are having issues with getting killed in this war. And this is unfortunately something that you cannot avoid. But for some reason, the Russians are willing to suffer a lot more as defenders when compared to the Ukrainians, who apparently surrender a lot more, given the POW disbalance. So yeah, let's go for Nuke and then Snake. Snake, you're gonna be after man.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to come up and speak. Your information has been exceptional. It's very hard to get sometimes really great information, and for that I thank you. We've all been Kremlin and I have been following this thing from day one, and you're spot on, right? The Ukrainians, it's a diametrical shift of how the Russians were operating in the start to what the Ukrainians were operating at the start to now what it is. And this is the problem. I think when I joined the space, you were talking about like how long this conflict could last. I don't think, in my personal opinion, that based on the number of dead that's being floated around and the amount of the current situation of the conflict on the ground, I don't think the Ukrainians could last maybe probably more than at least another 6 or 7 months, because even if they recruitment and you're seeing a vast desperation of recruitment and conscription that they're doing to the point where within a couple weeks, by October 1st, they're going to start enlisting women. They've already started trying to extradite men from Poland, Germany, the UK, and various other European countries. Now, when you have those kind of men coming in, they have no inkling of wanting to fight, and they will not even be ready to it. So I think what we're saying is at least from my point of view, is we're seeing the final really countdown of what the Ukrainians are able to do, especially in Rabatino, which is considered the modern day Kursk. Is the Ukrainians throwing everything at it, but they're taking massive losses. In the first 2 months, they took what 40,000, about 45,000 losses, and now another 2 months, they've probably taken another. I would say, in my opinion, maybe 30 to 40,000 losses again, which kind of corresponds with the number that Putin came out with and said they've lost 70 something thousand. So it kind of averages out in what we are trying to say. So I don't see how the Ukrainians can, at some point, the Ukrainians won't be able to keep doing this offensive, and they will have to go on a defensive posture. They have to, if they want to conserve lives, and they conserve their own troops and get to a defensive posture. If they don't want to do that, they're only annihilating themselves, because eventually the Russians will, even though I do agree there are problems in the Russian Federation as well, and in the Russian military brass and the way things are going. Of course, nothing will ever be perfect in war. War is chaos. War is chaos and a lot of unknowns in various different fronts. But the Russians have the capacity, and still will have the capacity, to have a massive offensive. They're doing it in Kupiansk in a small, I wouldn't say a small way, but they're doing it pretty well in the Kupiansk area, where I think the reports are already coming out that the Russians are preparing for a massive offensive probably in the next 1 or 2 months, at least 2 months. So unless the Ukrainians go on a defensive posture, I don't see them really surviving this thing. They're not going to survive. They're going to lose. And I have a question. Do you see, once the Russian offensive starts, even if the Ukrainians were to go defensive, they don't really have the manpower in terms of the whole front line, but also their equipments are getting taken out much more frequently than the Russians, right? So what's your thought on that? On possibly when the Russian offensive goes full on?
Actually, I have a completely different view on the losses. Let me first of all put that in perspective. Whatever has been said by the Russian Ministry of Defense, by Vladimir Putin himself, and so on, are to be rejected, and it's the same thing for the Ukrainian side. No, but I'm not saying that they're wrong or right. I'm just saying what I'm seeing. With what I'm seeing, both in terms of material losses and personal losses from day-to-day obituaries, movies, clips, whatever you want, we are not nowhere near in the 40,000 KIA. We are roughly the last 100 and something days, as I said previously to the other space, we are supposedly between 7,000 and 8,000 KIA on the Ukrainian side, and probably about 16,000 to 18,000 wounded on their side. We're about like 24,000 for the whole front. On the Russian side, we have proven for the last 100 and something days about 5,425 KIA, and probably, given how the Russian losses have worked until now, about 12 to 15,000 wounded. So the losses are not that far, and they are also not particularly advantageous for the Ukrainian side. Once again, why? Because it doesn't go about the metric. So even if the Ukrainians would lose the same amount as the Russians, they need, in order for it to be a game, they need to kill 4 times more Russians, given the proportional level of the Russian population. And for as long as the losses stay at zero-sum game, so 1-1, this is not at the advantage of the Ukrainian military. Where the Ukrainians have been betting a lot was in asset losses. And last year, indeed, it was a very profitable year for them because the Russians expended a lot of equipment, given that they were being in the offense for most of the time. Now, the situation this year has changed dramatically, and you can see more or less with a diagram of proven losses on both sides, is that if the Russians would have followed, especially what happened the last 3 months, and had the items that they have now, for the whole war, the difference would have been in material losses quite less starking, but that would also meant that the Ukrainians in human losses would have paid that lack of difference in a way more serious way than right now. So overall, what I have to say about the upcoming hypothetical offensive, first of all, the Ukrainians right now have another danger, not as much the Russian military might or mass, but the fact that they reduced the front from about 2,700 kilometers that it was at the beginning of the war into a slower, shorter, more compact front of about 900 kilometers today. That means that they had the leisure to concentrate those troops in a shorter front, and therefore that's why, according to the US, 40,000 military personnel were directly given to this counteroffensive, which, when you look at it properly, is actually layered out in about 380 kilometers, with Zaporozhye about 200 kilometers being its main course. Then you got Bakhmut, and then you have the other attempts in South Donetsk and in northern above Bakhmut around Advivka and Opitne. And then the Russians decided, in order to release the pressure in Zaporozhye and Bakhmut, to attack up north. And we saw what happened. The Ukrainians, for about 2 months, had no answer. And in order to answer to that, they had to move troops. So what's next? If now the Ukrainians are forced to use troops that were supposed to participate in the counteroffensive down south and east up north, that means that if another front is opened again above up north, Ukrainians will have yet again would have to split their forces in order to parry the attack up north. That means that either they're going to decide to stop whatever operational attack they have right now, either they're going to start pushing people up. That might be the reason why the Ukrainians right now are going to this frenzy of mobilization, because they understood the situation the way I think I understand. They have every single maneuver force tied into 380 kilometers, and suddenly they risk having a zit up north or south, doesn't matter where, and they have no forces to back it up. Don't forget that for a while we had this discussion that the main front in Ukraine is manned by about 150,000 people, which means that the 900 kilometers have now a concentration that is higher than it was at the beginning of the war, which means that it is now manageable with less troops than initially at the war. So 195 were the active, 195,000 were the active troops. Now it's far more manageable with 150,000 because your front is 1/3 of what it was. But once again, as I said, if you pop up another front way up north, and that's why for a long while the Ukrainians were believing that the Russians were preparing something, especially with the continuous killing of Ukrainian personnel up north around Sumy, around Chernigov, and also around the Bryansk area. Suddenly, they themselves understand what I told you. They don't have the manpower not to keep going on the attack, but to parry whatever the Russians are going to try. Not even successfully. We can always have a Russian half-assed attack with 12 to 15,000 people in one location, like it's going on in Kupiansk, and suddenly that attack, because there is not the force there to parry it, suddenly that attack is going to go deep enough, and you are going to have to push forces out of their current locations and the current battle stations in order to block the attack over there. So I don't even need to tell you where the problem with Ukrainian mobilization is. It is in the issue that Ukrainians have not managed to keep the balance of the forces, because the whole operation down south was not supposed to last this long for the results it has now. Probably at the 100 and something day that we are right now, they were supposed to be well beyond Tokmak and trying to sever their way to Melitopol. So the situation here, and I'm gonna then finish this part up, then you can speak. The situation that we are seeing is a massive failure on the original plan, and this has a lot of explanations. I've already spoken about that before. Most of them is that whoever designed the plan, first of all, took the situation of last year as a template for this year, which was wrong. And also they led the Russians all the time in the world by focusing on Bakhmut to both adapt their fighting techniques, the tactics, and also create the defenses in the south. And that's it. That's basically it. I'm not going to say that Ukrainians are on the last throws. Quite the contrary. They can always roll up meat, as I call them. The problem is that you're going to have a situation of diminishing returns, which, basically you're going to have less and less for your mobilization. Yes, Nick?
Yeah, so I was just going to talk about briefly the tank situation. I mean, it's actually interesting that you have in this conflict like some of these extreme range shots, like 3, 4, even sometimes even 5 kilometers. And something that this highlights is the way in which that we have actually seen a preview how the tank warfare is changing. Yes, the tank is like a Swiss Army knife; it does everything. But like in Syria, like the Syrian tanks basically operate with a de facto fourth crew member, because the fourth crew member was actually the guy at the front spotting. Basically, even in urban combat, you have a guy on the street telling you where to correct your fire. And this is something that I guess the first-rate armies today are kind of realizing. I mean, we're actually reducing crew size, and I think in the future tanks would probably go down to 2 crew members, because the idea that people are fixating on is this idea of network sensor fusion, where all your spotting, your situational awareness is not from like extra eyes in the tank, but from all the extra eyes in the sky, from frontline recon teams, everything that gets spotted on the battlefield gets fed into the tank. The tank is just a shooter. You drive up and you shoot.
Yeah.
So this is a thinking that is actually proliferating. I mean, this is something the PLA has been out in front on, because they obviously have that 2-man tank design. But this is also something the U.S. also kind of played with the future combat vehicle proposals.
Yep.
So yeah, that's where tank warfare is heading. Sorry for all the 4-man crew fans.
No, but the thing is that actually, let's be also honest. At the moment, if you can drop the tank to the level of a pure shooter, so even your driving doesn't even need to be on the tank. If it's just a fire support platform, you solve so many situations, because it can be light, so whoever passes by with a pickup pulls it up. Very light lifting tools. You can replace the tracks. You can use fully rubberized tracks like the Swedes are doing. So there are so many things you can do. The biggest problem for the tank as it stands, in my opinion, is that, and we had this discussion, is that we are thinking of it as a manned system. The moment the system can be fully unmanned, so basically a large gun moving on its own with people completely playing the role of spotters, drones playing the role of spotters, information data being fed on the tank from multiple angles. Let's say that's what the Chinese were doing with the multiple angle goggles. So basically, you got this six-man squad with 6 different positions, and the guy within the vehicle being able to see exactly what the platoon was seeing on all angles. And instead of having, to rely on its own sensors, once let's say the guy who's in his azimuth 18, whatever, doesn't matter, say, okay, I see something, and he connects his view to the main display of the tank gunner, of tank commander, doesn't matter. That's what the Israeli with the Carmel projects were also doing. So at the sense, I completely agree with you. The biggest problem with a two-man crew is literally because we're still seeing the tank as a manned system. And then everybody's like, if you have to have a manned system, then you have to have a volume. If you have a volume, you have a weight. If you have a weight, a lot of parts are going to be very complicated to be dealt with with the two-man system, and so on and so on and so on. But absolutely, once you get away from that system, that the tank doesn't need to get manned anymore. The only thing that the tank needs to be doing is being this fire support platform. Then you are absolutely correct. You can even have 20 different crew members in, I'd say, quote, end quote, because you can see what 20 different systems are seeing. I don't know if you understand this. I mean, you do, of course, it's not that, but like the problem with the tank as it stands is that we, especially me, I'm still seeing the tank as manned. The problem is that the future of that vehicle, in my opinion, is going to be completely unmanned. And we already have this. Just look at the fighter jet. A fighter pilot that's alone on his fucking plane has a lot more systems to take care of. And of course, he's always flying that thing, so he cannot stop in midair and start having his tire changed and stuff like that. Of course, I'm exaggerating. But I don't see why a pilot can do that with a far more expensive platform, and it's not possible for a mechanical platform going on the ground. So I completely agree with you on that. I wasn't okay with that in the beginning, but now I am, because I started to have this thought process about, but after all, we have seen exactly what's going on. There are a lot less failures, even for legacy tanks like the T-64, T-80, T-72s. So far, both sides say that they have less than 2% failure rates within the autoloading mechanism. And you need to know those things are completely antiquated, but what we can do right now. To see what the Chinese did with this project of a band ammo on the turret. The Soviets did the same with the Object 640. The French already have one. So all these things, and I completely agree with you, are leading us to a thinning down of the crew within the tank. But in my opinion, the best part would be completely taking out the man out of the equation of the tank itself and making it just a fire support platform, interconnected with its infantry team. Let's say it like this. So my friend Demographic, I'm going to add you, and the floor is yours. Come on, Demographic. Demographic, are you there? Or?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
So I just joined. I don't know if it's been asked yet, but what I was thinking about UMPK deployment has been something that's been irking me, because we have these videos, Gammon posted them, where they just randomly hit like 5 infantry. Yeah. But on the other hand, we haven't seen like a single case of, for example, UMPKs taking out artillery or something like that. And like, I don't get why they do this. Hitting infantry means you have to be fast. You have to have a plane up in the air that is capable of getting the UMPK as soon as you spot the infantry. That seems weird to do. I don't get this part of the UMPK strategy. I don't know if you have any thoughts on this.
I think that because, and I also thought exactly as you, it has to do with the fact that some interventions for them need to be extremely short on time. but most of them, for instance, for artillery and so on, I cannot wrap it up because sometimes you can see even Garants hitting radars or hitting positions, but most of the time UMPKs are hitting larger area assets. Like we've seen them burn a whole garage down. We have the videos. Another location with about a bunch of terrorists in Kharkov was hit, and every single car in there was burned. They had lost like 10, 15 guys. Other accumulation positions were hit. But I agree with you. Funnily enough, no firing position has been ever targeted. Although that's not true, because I have a video of Ukrainians having a FAB 250 with the UMPK kit still on, just next to a L119 position. So that might be evidence of it happening. But where I get you and I agree with you, it should be happening a lot more, especially for longer range artillery, because sometimes the Lancet doesn't cut it. And okay, you cannot always stop a Lancet with chicken wire, but for sure you cannot stop a UMPK with anything. You need to put concrete on top of it, and that's not the point. So yeah, I agree with you. Honestly, I don't understand why it's not a more common occurrence, but at the same time, I completely understand why the UMPK is more against hardened systems rather than more mundane positions, let's say it like this. Okay, guys, if I cannot be of any other help, I will be taking my leave from you. I'm going to check if there is any... yeah. Have a nice day, guys.
You too. Thank you.
No problem. Have a nice day.